amount of $515.56, and payroll and liabilities for the amount of, through January 15th through the 26th, in the amount of $557,770.31, for a grand total of $687,887.74.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion we need to have on the claims?
Your Honor.
Yes?
Mia, being as that we have taken that wonderful course by the financial, have all of the invoices and identifications been presented to you for your examination that they be paid?
Your Honor, yes, they have. I review them every finance run and every accounting period.
So we match those up, and these are the figures.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. If so, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Is there anything else to come before the Finance Committee?
Yes, Your Honor. If you don't mind, I'd just like to take a few minutes to discuss the statement of investment policy that's included in your packet. Wyoming statute requires that each municipality approve a statement of investment policy to address guidelines and responsibilities of managing city funds. Specifically, Section 6.0 of the policy cites that the Finance Committee performs the periodic review of the policy. The policy was originally adopted by resolution in 1996 and has undergone 2 revisions, with the most recent being in April of 2019. Some of you may actually even remember that. The primary objectives of the activities in priority order are safety, liquidity, return on investment, and community investment. The policy that is in your packet addresses many topics, including management responsibility, ethics and conflict of interest, authorized and suitable investments, collateralization, and diversification, to name a few. The policy is included in your packet, and the staff will bring forth a request to this evening's meeting, resolution number 1492, to address a small housekeeping matter pertaining to the change of title of authorized managers. So just wanted you to be aware that it's in there. There are no other major changes since its last review.
Okay, thank you.
No vote is required.
Okay. Seeing no other items, we'll call the
Mr.
Finance
Chairman?
Committee. Yes, go ahead, Kyle.
Just briefly, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I do want to make note, for those that looked at the agenda, it did list that we would be electing the leadership for this committee, but because we have one member absent and another that's sick, we recommend that you postpone that till next Finance Committee meeting.
So do we need to table it or just?
I just
No
want to make
action?
note of it, no
Okay.
action.
So yeah, we'll put that off since 2 out of the 3 of us are subbing for the ones that are missing, so. And then we don't want them to vote us in charge, so. Okay. Seeing no other things before the Finance Committee, we call this meeting adjourned at 6:47. Thank you.
Going to blame that on Councilmember Bailey. Councilmember Bailey, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then the invocation will be given by Councilmember Larson. If everyone could please remove your hats.
I pledge
Our eternal Heavenly Father, we are thankful for the opportunity to meet as a community at City Council this evening. We're thankful for the surroundings which we citizens have afforded us to have. Thankful for the first responders. Please watch over and bless them. Bless our police also, that they might be watched over and blessed, that they might return after duty to their homes in safety. Father, we would ask at this time that thou would bless us with understanding and bring our minds to a sharper point, that we might be able to make decisions that would further and benefit the citizens of Riverton. We ask this humbly in the name of thy Son, even Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Councilman Bailey and Councilman Larson. We have a pretty full schedule tonight, so hopefully my mouth doesn't run faster than my brain, but we'll try to get this going as quick as we can. Ms. Harris, if you could please conduct the roll call.
Yes, Your Honor. Councilman Dean Peranto.
Here.
Councilwoman Lindsay Cox.
Here.
Councilman Mike Bailey.
Here.
Councilwoman Carla Borders.
Absent.
Councilman Kyle Larson.
Present.
And Councilwoman Christy Salisbury.
Absent.
Mayor Jim Hancock.
I am here. I'd entertain a motion to excuse Councilwoman Christy Salisbury and Councilwoman Carla Borders from tonight's meeting. Christy Salisbury has a family emergency, and Carla Borders is actually home with an illness.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Larson, second by Councilman Bailey. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. I declare we have a quorum. I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Cox with the motion, Councilman Pronto with the second. Any discussion, amendments, any changes we need to make? Mr. Butterfield, Ms. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Council committee reports and council members roundtable. Councilwoman Cox, since you're the only councilwoman here tonight, why don't we start with you, ladies first tonight?
Okay. I attended the rec board meeting last night, and we had a record night for that, and I'll let Mr. Pronto give the actual figures, but it was a really fun evening because we granted a lot of money to a lot of really good projects in town, so that was a fun night. I also attended the school board meeting last week, and that was educational, just the reconfiguration conversation that's happening in the district. And I just encourage anybody who has questions to go to those board meetings because there were a lot of questions answered, pros and cons for both sides of the conversation. And if you do have questions, they put a little button on their website that says reconfiguration questions that you're welcome to submit anything there, and they'll respond and pass it on to the board just to show your concerns or questions there. And other than that, I haven't been to any other meetings.
Thank you. Councilman Pronto.
Your Honor, thank you. I attended the January 19th, 2024 airport board meeting. Feels like that was a really long time ago, but it was just not really that long ago. At that meeting, several things were discussed, including the master plan. FAST gave an update, which I'll leave for Mr. Butterfield. And kind of an interesting thing that I thought, that I found was since we have a new system to count the number of air operations in and around the airport, they've determined that we had 58 operations after hours both landings and takeoffs, that normally we don't have staff up there to account for those. So that actually shows quite a bit more activity on top of the, I think, 206 air operations that occurred in that time period during the day. So adding another 58 is that's a reasonable percentage that happens after hours that wasn't previously being counted. In addition to that, as Councilwoman Cox mentioned, last night we had the rec board meeting, and we had a lot of requests. The total requests that we entertained was $326,699. Now, of course, we didn't really have that much money. And in the end, we ended up allocating $224,891.14. Now, one of the things that the rec board started doing, I think 4 years ago, is we allocate money for community beautification. And community beautification can be things like putting grass in the football fields or sprinkler systems and things of that nature. So to that end, we awarded 2 beautification grants in the amount of $8,000 each, one to the Riverton Junior, Football League, I think.
Little League and
Yeah, it was Riverton Little League, and what was the other one?
Legion.
Sorry.
Legion baseball.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. It was the Legion Baseball. Sorry, my spreadsheet's this big and I have to scroll back and forth. So in combination between those two, we also had another $250,000 grant that we're giving to the Riverton Youth Soccer Association as part of the project there behind Willow Creek. And that brought our total last night to $490,891.14. That is by far a record for the rec board. And one of the reasons that we supported the $250,000 grant is we've had some money in our WyoStar account, and it's public money. So some of that money we've just held on to for the last couple of years to get a project that we can put some additional funding behind instead of just what we allocate during the year. So that $250,000 came out of essentially a savings account. But, we don't save and hang on to public money, but we did to be able to allocate a bigger chunk to help fund this project. And it's huge, almost $500,000, $500,000 in rec board money coming back into the community. So, and with that, Your Honor, that's it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilman Larson?
I am $500,000 in mind-boggling dreamland.
A lot of money.
That is fortunate for us that we can put that amount into youth soccer, because that pays dividends. And I didn't attend any meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Bailey?
Thank you. I did attend a couple of different meetings regarding the soccer and hockey facilities that are being proposed. And again, Senator Salazar is moving forward with the $3.5 million ask out of the Joint Appropriations Committee, which of course has to go through the legislature and get approved. So we all need to try to support that. That is match money that if the city can raise $3.5 million, the state will match that for us to go toward on that facility. So I think that's a project that we can all get behind. And I think it'd be a great addition to the city of Riverton to be able to have a facility like that so that we can, again, bring a lot of different teams and people to town and give our youth some places that they can recreate at winter time when it's a little more challenging. And so I think it's a good deal overall. So it was really good. I attended the airport boarding meeting with Councilman Pronto, and again, everything's looking really good at the airport. Our numbers are up. I just seen one of the things come through that January is the best January we've had in 20 years. Almost 200 people more than last year in January. So again, the public is flying and getting out and doing things and supporting our airport. So, and then I, again, am the new liaison to the Chamber of Commerce, and I attended my first Chamber of Commerce meeting here a couple of weeks ago, and then they also had a retreat this weekend and went over they're updating their bylaws and all of that kind of stuff. And so, again, they basically got a brand-new board on the Chamber of Commerce, and they've got a lot of really exciting ideas and projects moving forward, again, to get out there and support Riverton and bring different events and business to town and support the local businesses and the city in that way. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a few things to work through. As a reminder to you as a council and also audience members, we do have our Fix Our Road Citizen Committee meeting this upcoming Monday. That's at 11 o'clock here at City Hall. And then not this Friday, but the following Friday will be the airport board meeting, and that will be at 8 o'clock at City Hall. And then this Thursday, there will be a planning commission meeting here in the council chambers, and that will be at 5:30. And the public are invited to attend each of those meetings, and we encourage them to do so. A few other updates. I wanted to at least report that the city, along with other municipalities, are working with the Department of A&I, and that's through the state of Wyoming, on salary surveys. We submitted information and hope to receive information back from the state of Wyoming as it relates to how different salaries throughout the state, especially for municipalities, compare against each other. As we provided information, it was clear that A&I wasn't looking at all municipal positions, but there were several that provided correlation to the positions we have here, and we hope to receive a report back within a month or two, and we'll be sure to update you on that. We did receive the loader today at the airport. That's part of a project that you approved and awarded. That loader is going to be critical in snow removal operations. The blower attachment, unfortunately, is still on its way. However, staff was excited to receive that loader and can still utilize it to support snow removal operations and other operations. And as we're on the topic of the airport, I just want to commend the airport board and FAST for the work they're doing in the community for supporting our local airport. Since I'm able to find data, which is back to 2002 when Great Lakes started flying, it's pretty impressive that our January was the highest number of people flying out of all the Januaries dating back to 2002. And I know there's a lot of work still to be done at the airport, and we'd still like to increase our capacity and improve our schedule. But what this tells me is there is a market here, and people need to be connected to the National Transportation Network. And I commend our peers at FAST, two of whom are in the audience, and our airport board for their work there. I also want to take a moment and say how proud I am of our city staff. This year, they've really focused on securing grants for the city of Riverton. And we've talked about that several times, about some of our officers who've gone above and beyond to solicit grants to support their operations within the police department, but also our other team members that are going out and soliciting grants. I've already mentioned that I'm very proud of the fact that of the ARPA dollars that the state made available this current fiscal year, the city of Riverton was successful in every single application that it submitted. And that was for a meter project for over $3 million, the WEBBWOOD Storm Drain Improvement Project, which you'll be considering later today. It's probably fair to say tonight, but later tonight. And that was to the tune of over $300,000. Mr. Miller was successful in securing over $1 million for HVAC upgrades. And I want to commend our Public Works team for being one of two entities across the entire state of Wyoming to put in for $7 million worth of monies from the Wyoming Community Development Authority. And we were able to receive $3.2 million from the Community Development Authority 2 weeks ago. $2.6 million of that will go to improvements at the wastewater treatment plant, and over $600,000 of that will go to improvements to one of our reservoirs or one of our water tanks. So you have an active staff that understands the value of seeking funds to support operations and maximizing the dollars that you already have budgeted with our local revenues. So I'm very proud of our team for that. And I know we have a large agenda, so I will be brief on my last item because I think there's more important business to get to today. But we did tell you that we want to report back to you at least quarterly on your goals and how we're doing at accomplishing them. I did print out in hard copy format an update to the form that you previously received. We will put this updated form on the website. The Q1 update is currently listed on the website. But maybe it's valuable, especially for those that are in the audience, to hear what your priorities were, and then we can briefly address some of the advancements that were made just in the second quarter. The first priority that the council set in its fiscal year 24 goals were communication and transparency. And to accomplish that priority, it had a sub-goal to ensure the website and social media platforms were relevant, regular, and frequently updated. The council also set a goal to accomplish that priority to engage in mediums to push information to community and residents. The second priority that the council has in fiscal year 24 is infrastructure and facilities. As your sub-goals to accomplish that priority, you said assess existing resources and assets, ascertain priorities, and plan for improvements. Those were your sub-goals with that priority. The next priority for the City Council was community and economic development, and you had 3 sub-goals related to that, and that was to support major community events this year, collaborate with local and regional stakeholders on development opportunities, and beautify entryways and community amenities. The next priority is under city operations, with specific goals of to inform the community of city operations through appropriate mediums and develop financial and operational contingencies to protect against emergencies. Your next priority was centered on the budget, and the sub-goals were to protect the city from the impacts of economic hardship, inflation, and unknown financial climates, engage with city staff in budget meetings, and then support community events and improvements. Your next priority was beautification and image, with the sub-goals of promote the use of trails, green space, and parks, improve parks and trail facilities. And the last priority was safety and law enforcement, with the sub-goals of increase visibility and engage in community policing, create a safe atmosphere along trails, parks, and public spaces, and then improve traffic enforcement. You remember this, but I think it's important to note to the audience that these goals were actually set almost a year ago today. The council gathered at the end of February in 2023, and it was valuable that you did that because your goals, which were set for the subsequent fiscal year, the one that we're in now, were able to guide our budgeting process that we started in March, April, and May. A few highlights, and on your paper you'll notice that those that are with a lighter font represented those we've already reported. And I would say that some of those still represent ongoing efforts. I didn't feel that there was a need to duplicate that. But the ones that are in darker font represent additions. A few highlights. At the end of Q2, as it relates to informing the community, our Facebook followers had grown to 2,900. That was an increase of 104 over Q1. With over 6,000 visits, 25,000 reaches, and a report that we're in the 75th percentile against other peer entities. City staff made 58 posts, and Chelsea Porter, I should say, has been a wonderful addition to the city and is doing a great job updating our social media presence. One of my favorite things that she's done is the photo contest and also some of the questions that she poses. It's interesting to note that in Q2, the post that received the most engagement was regarding the Santa fly-in at Central Wyoming Regional Airport that yielded 350 interactions, 241 shares, and a total reach of 14,700. Other items is a contract that the City Council approved for TextMyGov. Again, TextMyGov is an opportunity for us to engage as a city with our community, and it serves 2 purposes, or has 2 functions in which it can engage the community. The first is it allows for push notifications for those who subscribe. But maybe more importantly, it also provides people who don't subscribe the opportunity to communicate with the city, report concerns via their phone, and also have responses given to them via text message. I will be working with the implementation team over the next 3 weeks to get that started, and we'll have links on the website soon. For infrastructure and facilities, we had several projects that were put out to bid and designed. You have those there, and in the interest of time, I won't review those individually. But I do want to make note that our Community Development Department is assessing our City Hall facility for energy efficiency and more importantly, opportunities to save on our budget. And so Mike Miller and his team have been reviewing that and have had several meetings with multiple consultants on that matter. We have committees, the Fix Our Road Citizen Committee and the Urban Systems Committee, that helps ascertain and prioritize improvements. And so that's referenced in your sheet as well. We've already mentioned the Santa fly-in, but through Q1 and Q2 of the fiscal year, I think the city has supported and engaged in more community events than it has in a very, very long time, ranging from Public Works Truck Show to National Night Out and to 2 fly-ins, and then obviously our balloon rally, which I think is the keystone of our community in a lot of ways. In collaborating with regional stakeholders, I made mention that we've worked with WCDA on grants. The mayor has been actively engaged in the Business Council Economic Development Stakeholder Group. And then also the council worked with the Wyoming Rescue Mission and Riverton Rescue Mission on allocating funds from your contract for service account to support their efforts in the community. City staff reviewed its financial policies and completely revamped the procurement policy for your review. So we are actively looking at our financial, not just processes, but also our standing. And much credit goes to Miss Mia Harris, who's very engaged. Every week I have a one-on-one appointment with her, and during those meetings she keeps me informed on our cash position, on our investments, and also on the day-to-day operations of the city. City also worked with Fremont County Emergency Management on its update to its emergency plan, and we had an opportunity through your action to adopt that this previous quarter. I've already mentioned that we're killing it in grants, and I'll just mention that again. And I'm really proud of the efforts of our team for that. To kind of keep this moving, a new playground was installed at the Aspen Park Playground. Many thanks to Brian and his team for those efforts. And the Public Works Department also applied for, and this was just a couple weeks ago, funds to install and improve pickleball courts at City Park and a bathroom at City Park. And the last, as far as public safety and law enforcement, a lot of credit to our chief of police and his team for the efforts that they're making. And the one update that you see there is the partnership that we have with other entities for the DUI task force and traffic enforcement operations, which have been very successful. So I appreciate you allowing me to take time on that. I know I went through it quickly, but these will be posted on the website. And please, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. And Your Honor, that's all I have.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I will try to be quick with my report. I would echo the comments regarding staff. I think we've had a lot of proactive staff members, and that's great news regarding all the grants that we've been able to receive, and it definitely makes it easier to provide services and opportunities for our citizens. And it's funny how much we've been talking about the rec board tonight, because with the Aspen Park Playground too, that was from funds, partly from funds from the rec board. I had the opportunity to attend a lot of different things over the last, it's kind of weird when we have a 5 Tuesday month, because it's been a while since we've had a meeting. But had the opportunity to go to Smith's grand reopening, which was really just if you wanted to have a tour of the changes they made. They brought me around and showed me some of the things that they did differently. Really just a facelift, I guess, for lack of a better word. And I think it'll be good. I really appreciated that opportunity. Had an opportunity to go to the legislative luncheon with the Lander and Riverton Chamber of Commerce. That was a good opportunity, good food. And I think we're well served by our local legislators. They really try to be available. If you don't know how to reach out to them, please feel free to get on the wyoledge.gov webpage, and you can get contact information for any of the legislators in the state. They try to be available. They try to be accessible. And I think this luncheon was a great example of that. And I'd encourage you, especially with the session coming up, to reach out to them. Especially if you're in support of, for example, the hockey, soccer joint facility. I think letting them know that has support from the community is important. Had an opportunity to attend FCAG, that was in Pavilion. We had a good meeting. Part of the discussion, and this was, I think, covered a little bit by the media, was about what we can do in terms of how we can improve the half cent. And some of the discussion was that rather than changing the ballot language, which currently has it set as 70% going towards individual economic development projects as governed and decided by the governing bodies, and then 30% going to the transportation, which would include the airport as well as WRTA, other transportation, ground transportation, that we would consider having an MOU that would add ambulance into that. And so it would make it so that a percentage of that 70% would go towards ambulance services. I think that that could be a good idea. I think it definitely bears discussion. Another thought was also to have a little bit more of that going towards the airport as well as to WRTA. More money to WRTA, I think, could help to expand their services, make it so that we can better connect our different communities within the county. And then more money that would be provided to the airport will cover the increasing minimum revenue guarantee costs that we're going to be facing in the future. The way it was proposed with the MOU that was brought before the Fremont County Association of Governments, for those who don't know, that's just each of the communities have a mayor that serves on that board, one of which is in the back there, Mayor Highsmith from Shoshone. But then we also have a representative from the county commissioners there. So the discussion in that body, at least, was that we thought that that would be a good idea. We thought it would be something that would be worthwhile to present to the different governing bodies. And when that gets presented, I would encourage you, if you're interested in the half-cent funds, to come and tell us your thoughts. I've spoken to a couple of different people about the half-cent funds, and we have funding for different community organizations that we're going to be discussing tonight. But I can tell you a lot of people really see the value in it, and some people are concerned about it. And I can understand where you're coming from. Ultimately, it's your tax dollars. And so when we're deciding how we're going to use those, it's something we want to take seriously and make sure is not just done on a whim. So that's been part of the discussion at FCAG, and I guess I'd encourage you to stay tuned and feel free to reach out to me or anybody else on the council if you want to talk about EDGE and how that's governed. Each of the grantees with the half-cent fund from Riverton, just so you're aware, is subject to a memorandum of understanding, which is a contract between the city and the grantee that says they are going to do certain things, and if they do not, that money could be paid back to the city. So we are very careful about making sure that there's understanding of what the money is supposed to be going to and how it's supposed to be spent, and that's part of what we do. Any questions, feel free to reach out. I won't keep talking about it. I had the opportunity to attend a community planning meeting with a lot of people that were here and maybe some that were not. The idea behind that was to discuss different ways we can improve the community. It was a good opportunity to meet and have a little bit of better connections that we can build between each individuals within the community. Part of the discussion was what are projects that are ongoing in the community and what can our citizens do to assist. And I would encourage you that if you are interested in improving our community, let me know. We can find a way to put you to work. I have no problem with that. A lot of decision-making, really getting things done in our community is done by volunteers. And so I would encourage you to find a way that you can assist. We have available on our website the 2019 strategic plan for Riverton. Was created with assistance from the community, with the stakeholders in the community and the community at large. And if you want to kind of know the direction that we're wanting to go, feel free to look it up and find out things that you can assist with. All right. That's it from me. Wow, we got through that in only a half an hour. I can't believe it. All right, we'll get now to the rest of our meeting, but first we have communication from the floor, which would be citizens' comments. Anyone in the audience wishing to address the council regarding an item that is scheduled for a public hearing will be given an opportunity to speak during that public hearing. If you want to address the council on another item, you may speak now. Feel free to come up to the mic, tell us your name, if you're associated with an organization, what it is, and if you could let us try to keep your comments to 5 minutes if you're an individual, 10 minutes if you're a part of a group, split it up between everyone in your group. And do realize that part of, that mic.
Ooh.
Do realize that if there's people here that are wanting to speak about the soccer, hockey proposal, we plan to be doing a letter, well, if it's approved tonight, do a letter of support for that would be going to the stakeholders and those involved in that. So that's already on the agenda. That's already the plan. You don't need to talk us into it. You don't need to pull our, pull our arm on it. All right, go ahead, sir. If you could tell us your name and.
Yeah, Mitch Benson, longtime resident of Fremont County, Wyoming, born and raised. And I'm here actually to speak about the sports complex. I think it's a great concept, but I do not support it. I do not support the way it is being funded. If we want a sports complex, we've got enough people in Fremont County that are well off that we can invest and we can build it ourselves. But taking that money out of state money, shares, that's wrong. We've seen what happened when we start collaborating with grant money and state money. Perfect example of that is Genuine Meats. We no longer have a packing facility. I can tell you this, I also do not support the selling of U.S. Energy's building, even though that's done. I do not support Lord Larson's request from the Joint Appropriations Committee for $8 to $12 million to refurbish that 40-year-old building. I do believe that the CBO numbers on a return on investment says that we will not recoup that money for 33 to 46 years. I do not support housing 45 state employees in that U.S. Energy building. I certainly don't support hiring an additional 30 employees on state income to be in that building. So you might gather there's a lot of things I don't support. I don't support the BIA sending out a letter to all tribal ranchers last May saying that if a feral horse is not reduced by the end of 2025, they will yank all grazing permits. I certainly don't support the BLM's new policy draft procedure that creates a fifth category to yank permits from public grazing, oil and gas, move it to the fifth category where only environmentalists can bid on it, and they get it for an initial 10-year term. If that land is not restored in 10 years, for which in the 179 pages, it certainly doesn't define what restoration is. They get it for another 10 years. I certainly did not support, and I thank Chuck Gray, I thank the treasurer of Utah for making a great stand, and 26 great attorney generals who threatened to sue the Securities Exchange Commission for allowing the New York Stock Exchange to request to start creating natural asset companies. Thank God, New York Stock Exchange rescinded that Securities Exchange request for them to do a rule change on the comment period ended January 18th of this year. The New York Stock Exchange rescinded that letter roughly on January 24th. You read that formation of natural asset companies. It takes all federal land, turns it into natural asset companies that are traded on the New York Stock Exchange, which allows domestic and foreign investors to buy shares in those NACs. Do you know what the purpose behind it is? To fight climate change. Because they say that the ecosystems on those federal lands are so undervalued that they need to come up with a valuation to offset carbon emissions. I do not support Governor Gordon February 13th of this year, bringing in climate activists to speak in front of our legislative body on the positive aspects of writing climate policies to get to net zero and negative carbon emissions. Just take a look around the world where net zero is taking place. France, Germany, Belgium, Poland. Look at it. Farmers are revolting. So my point is this. I farm and ranch. I have a farm in Fremont County that in 2035 will be a centennial farm that's been owned by my family. I have a ranch in Natrona County. Everything I have seen since last May with the BIA, which is underneath the Department of Interior, which has the new Secretary of Interior, Holland. I do not approve of Biden's executive order 14072, which directed her to rewrite the BLM policy procedures for healthy lands. What I'm telling you is this. My way of life is being threatened. And I don't see anybody standing up for us. And I can tell you this. They kicked those tribal ranchers off, and the tribal cow is gone, and the BLM applies pressure to us public grazing ranchers. Everything you're talking about, you guys are doing wonderful here for Riverton, Wyoming, is done. If there's no ranching, there's no farming, there really isn't a need for a city council. I've talked to bankers in Riverton about it, and most of the small loans are for ag. They're scared about this. How many people have even heard of this, what I'm talking about? Not many. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And it's all there in black and white. But I can tell you what I do support 100% is I support this property tax petition to reduce our property taxes by 50%. Because in 2021 through 2023, our property taxes, the government, the state of Wyoming, collected an additional $30,431,000. On the trend that we are on, they will collect just under $900 million in property taxes. So this property tax petition that was actually set up by Chuck Gray, Secretary of State, is for any registered voter. You can sign this. So I'd like to offer the city council and the mayor the opportunity, and the city administrator, you want to sign up, I'll lock and load you right now. I can pass this around. You can jump on the bandwagon to support we taxpayers. Because for every senior citizen gets kicked out of their home for a $2,000 increase in their property taxes, their house is sold at Lander County Courthouse. The state puts them in state-assisted living at a cost of $40,000 per individual.
I think his time's up. Tim.
The federal government kicks in an additional $47,000. So we're paying $87,000 to house a senior citizen on fixed income that lost their property because of a $2,000 property increase. That's ludicrous. Ludicrous. So if anybody wants to sign this, get with me. You can sign it. You can jump on board something that's good and wholesome. And with that, thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Benson.
it.
Anyone else? All right, we'll move on. All right, Ms. Harris, could you please read the consent agenda items by title only?
Yes, Your Honor. Approval of the minutes, January 16th, 2024, regular council meeting. Approval of the minutes, February 6th, 2024, Finance Committee meeting. Approval of the Finance Committee recommendations, February 6th, 2024. And approval of the municipal court report for the month of January 2024.
Thank you. Any other items requiring further discussion? I'm looking at you, Mr. Bailey.
Kyle, do you still have that in front of you?
No, you've got it.
Because I didn't get the,
I have it.
Dean, you got it?
Yes,
Dean
Your Honor.
has it.
I'll sub off to Dean.
Your Honor, at this evening, the Finance Committee met and moved to consider the payment of claims to be paid in the amount of $129,601.87, a manual check in the amount of $515.56, payroll and liabilities for 1/15/2024 through 1/26/2024 in the amount of $557,770.31, for a total of $687,887.74.
All right, thank you. Chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Larson with the motion, Councilman Bailey with the second. Any discussion, amendments, anything we need to add? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye, all opposed say nay. Motion passes. Planning Commission appointment, Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you, Your Honor, and if it's okay, I'd like to defer to Mike Miller on this one.
Oh, okay, well, we can do that. Mr. Miller.
Your Honor, Counsel, thank you. The Planning Commission is established by Riverton Municipal Code 2.44 and serves to consider and make recommendations concerning improvements and location of streets and alleys, improvements and developments of city parks, and additions to the city in general. It also advises the City Council on urban planning, land use studies, urban renewal plans, and other types of planning studies in connection therewith shall perform technical services. It further considers and makes a determination of facts on any condition or circumstance referred to by the City Council pertaining to the general improvement and development of the city. Planning Commission is made up of 9 permanent members and 2 alternates who are appointed by the mayor with the advice and consent of the council. The terms are 4-year terms staggered every year. Commission members have an opportunity to be reappointed at the end of their term. Persons interested in serving on the commission must send a letter of interest to the mayor. Members serve without compensation. We've had a couple of vacancies to fill on the Planning Commission, and it was proposed, and we had a discussion and got an applicant from Sean Christensen, who filled out the application and sent that to you, Your Honor, with all of his credentials and information. And it is my recommendation and the city's recommendation that City Council confirms Mayor Hancock's recommendation to appoint Sean Christensen as a new member of the Planning Commission for the City of Riverton.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is Mr. Christensen here tonight? I didn't see him. Okay. I'd entertain a motion to approve the appointment of Sean Christensen as a member of the Planning Commission.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Cox with the motion, Councilman Bailey with the second. Any discussion or amendments?
I just would like to say I'm glad he found a fit. He's come to me a couple of times saying, where could I help? I'd like to be part of this, and I'm glad that he's found a spot, so happy to have him on board.
So we give you credit for this?
No, but I'm just glad that
Edwards.
you know, when they're going to volunteer for something, it's good to have them find something that they're happy with, so.
Well, I read his letter, and I will have to say I was impressed. I think we're going to be well-served by him on the Planning Commission, so if, I'd give you credit if you want it.
No, I'm just happy he's going to be a part of it.
All right. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. All right. Legislative letter of support for the ICE Event Center. City Administrator's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Some of this has already been addressed, and so I'll just be brief and obviously refer you to some of the details in your packet. Senator Salazar does serve on the Appropriations Committee. The Joint Appropriations Committee met January 16th through the 19th in preparation for the upcoming short budget session. And as part of that, for the Capital Construction Bill, or the CAPCON bill, Mr. Salazar was successful in including $3.5 million for a recreation facility to be located in Riverton. Mr. Salazar is requesting a letter of support from the City of Riverton and a few more details on the project. Currently, the allocation that is in the CAPCON bill requires 50-50 match from the community or other entities, and that match would need to be secured within 24 months at the conclusion of the legislative session, should this appropriation or allocation still remain in the CAPCON bill at a time of adoption. Staff and several community members have been working on this, along with the mayor and Councilman Bailey and other elected officials, and specifically with the Riverton Youth Soccer Association and the Fremont County Ice Hockey Association. Staff has also been contacted by other recreation groups that see potential in this project, and also maybe an opportunity to bring in additional amenities into the facility that's proposed, one of which would be almost like a track, an indoor track facility. Well, it's too early to have construction estimates for this potential allocation. Initial investigation leads staff and some other stakeholders to believe that the $7 million, so the 3.5 matched, would not be sufficient to complete the facility, and as such, additional funding would need to be explored, should construction exceed the benchmark that's currently set at $7 million. In addition, stakeholders are also looking at the operation of the facility. It's one thing to get it built. It's another thing to make sure that it stays open for the community after it's built. Operating costs could range anywhere from $400,000 to $900,000, depending on the type of facility that's constructed. And again, those are details that we'll continue to work on over the next several months as fundraising efforts go and the implementation of this potential project moves forward. Ideally, operating costs would be offset by operating revenues. However, the majority of recreation facilities in the state of Wyoming are not self-sustaining. And as such, annual municipal subsidies are often required. Fundraising events in the community are required, or earnings generated from an endowment are also an opportunity to help support operations. While there's no immediate budget impact, should the council decide to issue a letter of support to Senator Salazar, these financial concerns that I just briefly referenced would need to be honed down as things move forward. So there's no immediate impact, but future operation, other operations would need to be considered as things move forward. Should the community not be able to match the $3.5 million that Mr. Salazar is hoping to work through the session, then those funds would revert back to the state's general fund, and things would move forward. Staff is supportive of working with the community group and seeing what's possible, and we do recommend that a letter be drafted and provided to Mr. Salazar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Chair would entertain a motion to provide a letter of support to Senator Tim Salazar regarding efforts to grant state funds to a recreation and ice facility.
So moved.
Second.
Way to get in there.
Altogether.
We just say that that's a majority if you have three people trying to move for it. All right, we'll say that Councilman Bailey's got the motion and Councilwoman Cox has got the second. Just leave you out.
Well played.
We're for it.
Any other discussion? Anything in particular we need for the letter?
No, Your Honor, if this is something you want to move forward on, I'd be happy to draft something for your review, and then we can finish it up and send it before the end of the week.
Sounds good.
Okay. Who here is here for the soccer and hockey facility? Do you mind raising your hand? Okay. Just was curious. I saw there was a Facebook post that went out that said, hey, if you support the soccer and ice facility in Riverton, come to the city council meeting. So figured, I know that quite a few of you are here for that because I recognize you, but, all right, well, good.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
since you said that people would have an opportunity to say something, should you provide that opportunity? I mean, we're supporting, so, but if anybody wanted to say something.
If you'd like to try to talk us out of it. No, but in all seriousness, if somebody did want to speak in favor or say something about this proposal, I'd appreciate it. Make sure you come up and tell us your name.
I'm Kathy Clymer Riverton, and I always have 2 cents. Besides that this facility would be great for our kids, great for our quality of life. It is an investment in our economic development in that it will bring families from all over Wyoming for tournaments. They'll stay in hotel rooms, they'll go to our restaurants, and I just think it's really good for business. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. You decided to sit way in the back to have more drama as you walked up.
I wanted to sit next to Joe.
Ah, I
Cool.
see.
I'm James Bunker, president of the Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, and I just want to reiterate the same thing she said. This is a huge economic development opportunity for the community. This is something I think if you're even remotely involved in Fremont County, business-wise, just living here, anything, this is something you should be on board with. So it'll affect so many different aspects of life here, so it would be great to have.
Okay. Appreciate it.
I want to just thank you, City Council, for having us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Lori Sanders, and I am the local coordinator for Riverton Special Olympics. And we have about 50 athletes that participate each year. So I think this complex would be a wonderful opportunity for us to have space to participate and do our games and practice. So I just want to say that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You can come up here to the mic if you want.
I should do that officially instead of just yelling from the stands. So I'm Ryan Harrington, Fremont County Ice Hockey Association. And just want to thank you all on your participation and effort towards getting this done. It'll be great not only for our youth, but also our elderly community that could walk in this building and not just have to show up to Walmart or a casino. So across the entire community, it would be beneficial. So thank you again. Much appreciated.
I'm Andrea Taylor, and I'm the registrar of the Fremont County Ice Hockey Association. And I just want to mention that Riverton is uniquely positioned to be in the central part of the state, and so often we hear how much a facility like this would be needed because Casper gets so much. And so having something like this still in a central location is just a really good idea.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andrea Fritz. I don't have expertise, but I am a mom. I have a little one sleeping over there.
Oh, good.
But I do
I see
think that
that
this
now.
is really important because knowing other parents in the community, there is not enough places for us to be able to gather when the weather is icky and stuff like that, for us to be able to get our kids together. And having a facility where we can kind of go and participate with being able to like rent skates or like rent like equipment would be really great for some of those lower economic families that just can't quite get into the associations or into those time commitments, but still allow those children to explore those sports and maybe spark something for later in life where they can do it on their own. So I think it'd be great. Thank you.
Did I put your son to sleep?
I made him be quiet for 10 minutes and he just passed out. Yeah.
You could say it was Mr. Butterfield. He's got a very soothing voice.
Yeah, everything's been real nice.
Got an excellent radio voice.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming up. And
Fritz, F-R-I-T-Z.
thank you for bringing your son. That's great.
She's back here too, little one.
Oh, okay. I see a lot of youth that are in jerseys. Do you mind coming up? Are you okay, or is you too shy? You don't have to. Are you guys on the River Rats team? Oh, good. We got one brave one.
Hi, my name is Brody Taylor.
Howdy.
My name is Mia.
Hi, Mia.
My name is Connor.
Good to meet you, Connor.
Gabriel, he's the one sleeping.
Ah, I see. You guys have been doing quite well, I hear. You're in the County 10 all the time. We don't mention County 10 if it's just Ernie here, but County 10 seems to mention you a lot. I think that's pretty cool. And you've got some games going on this weekend, right?
Yep.
Good. Good luck.
Thank you.
What's that? Oh, geez, that's not some.
Yeah.
It'd be huge if you didn't have a wall that was completely exposed to the elements, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Be nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys line up for a picture here?
Sure.
Over here.
Well, that takes a lot of courage to come up. Thank you, guys.
You have to clap quietly.
Yes, I was trying. I did. I think we did okay.
Oh, goody.
My name is Julie Buller, and I just want to thank the council for their letter of support for Kyle. He's been working with us. And I just want to say this to all of you and to the citizens, that if we're going to make this work, it's going to take this whole community being on board. The cities are supporting us with their letter, but financially, we've got to be able to raise this money. We need the volunteers. So everybody in the community, if you've got anybody that you know that wants to help us with the fundraising, please reach out to me, because we're going to need to raise every dime that we can, reach every alumni that we can, get those people out there with the money and the volunteers. So let us know, because like I said, it's going to take an army to make this thing move, you guys. And thank you guys for supporting us with your letter.
Thank you. I'll say if 3.5 million is a shot in the arm, but in terms of ongoing operations, maintenance, we're going to have money that would go towards that. It's not going to be an easy process, and it needs to really be all hands on deck. So thank you, Ms. Buller. All right. Are you satisfied, Councilman Pronto?
More satisfied now than I was, sir.
Thank you. No, I appreciate you reminding me when I've left an opening for people to come up and speak, to make sure they know. All right. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Oh, I'm sorry, I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on, resolution number 1491, Lions Club grant application. Mr. Eggleston, we haven't heard from you yet tonight.
Thank you, Your Honor and Council. Before you tonight, Resolution 1491 is a resolution in support of a grant application for the Lions Club to the Fremont County Recreation Board in the amount of, they're seeking $7,000. This will be a portion of the monies that they need to, their desire is to build a new restroom next to the picnic shelter area at Sunset Park. We own the property, and Fremont County Rec District 25 requires a resolution showing that the city does support that action because it is on our property, and we do support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. How far is it to walk from that shelter to the restroom? Has anybody measured that?
I have not. I don't walk that far, Your Honor.
You do know we have an ordinance restricting defecating or urinating in public.
Yeah, I don't do that there either. Thanks for inquiring.
So I have a 2-year-old, and when you have to walk from that shelter all the way down there to the restroom, it feels like it's a couple of miles. They can run it fast if they're running, and you're not having to carry them. All right, Administrative Services Director, if you could please read Resolution Number 1491 by title only.
Yes, Your Honor. Proposed resolution number 1491, a resolution of the governing body of the City of Riverton supporting the Riverton Lions Club for the submission of a Fremont County Recreation Board grant application for the addition of a new restroom facility at Sunset Park in Riverton, Wyoming.
Thank you. Chair would entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 1491 supporting the Riverton Lions Club grant application to build a new restroom at Sunset Park. I almost said it wrong.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Pronto with the motion, Councilwoman Cox with the second. Any other discussion?
Your Honor, they did come and present to the rec board also, and just, I think part of the reason they wanted to build a facility closer to the van shelter over there is, for accessibility for people with walkers and that can't walk across the grass, who would have to actually drive around the facility. So just because that's what's used mostly in the park for weddings and birthday parties and class reunions, that type of thing. That's, I think, why they were thinking it was necessary to have a second facility in the park over closer to that.
So not my 2-year-old.
Not your 2-year-old.
My
I
mom.
think they can use it, but
Yeah. Well, good. No, that does sound good. And I think, especially when we have a wet season, getting through all that grass can be a little bit daunting. And the alternative is to go around and either be walking across there next to where the vehicles are parked. I definitely can understand that, and it makes sense. And it makes it so there's going to be more use of Sunset Park.
correct.
Sounds good. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passes. I didn't even wait for anybody to say nay. I heard you all said aye. All right, next up, Resolution 1492, Statement of Investment Policy, Administrative Services Director's Report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Included in your packet this evening is proposed resolution number 1492, Statement of Investment Policy. Wyoming statute requires that each municipality approves a statement of investment policy to address guidelines and responsibilities in managing city funds. The City of Riverton's policy was most recently updated and approved on April 16, 2019. The approved policy delegated the management and responsibility of the program to the finance director and city administrator. With the 2023 reorganization of the Finance Department to Administrative Services, the Finance Director position no longer exists and is replaced by the Administrative Service Director, who also serves as the ex officio treasurer. Ordinance number 1492 corrects the language in the policy to replace all references of the Finance Director to the treasurer. And I'd stand for any questions you have.
Thank you. If you could please also read Resolution 1492 by title only.
Yes, Your Honor. Proposed resolution number 1492, a resolution adopting a policy governing the investment of public funds by the City of Riverton, the political subdivision, and establishing appropriate guidelines and responsibilities in the management of such funds.
I'd entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 1492, Statement of Investment Policy.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Larson, second by Councilwoman Cox. Any discussion? Finance Committee have any issues with it?
Nope.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Wyoming Historic Sites, Trails, Monuments, and Markers application. I think we'll hear from the city administrator first, and then from you, Ms. Klein. Is that okay?
Your Honor, if it's okay, I'll be very brief. I've seen Ms. Klein's presentation. It's very thorough. And basically what she's seeking is authorization from the city council to place one of these markers that you'll learn about at Reach Park, which is the corner of Federal and Sunset. In your packet is a little bit of information about the property there. It was part of the railway, and when it was reverted to the Rails to Trails program, it was reverted back to the county as far as right-of-way goes. But you'll notice in your packet that the county did give the city the ability to manage, maintain, and operate the Rails to Trails right-of-way within its city limits. So you have authority to act on what Ms. Klein is proposing. And with that, if it's okay with you, I would defer to Ms. Klein at this point.
Sounds good. Thank you, Ms. Klein.
Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Kathy Klein. I live in Riverton. So thanks to Ms. Julie Buller, I am involved in one more thing here in Riverton, and it has been looking at how we tell our Riverton story to visitors. Now, there are a few more iconic American images than the family out on a road trip, stopping at a historic marker, and learning about the place that they're passing through. These historic markers, they connect visitors to the landscape by telling our history through those markers. It connects the visitors to the community, allowing us to provide a better visitor experience, and thus this is a tourism initiative. It also gives that visitor an excuse to stop, to slow down on their road trip and maybe have a bite to eat, that kind of thing. So monuments and markers, there are over 100,000 across the United States on roadsides everywhere. There are over 1,000 in Wyoming. There are about 50 in Fremont County, and most of those around Boise, Lander, Fort Washakie, South Pass, and go into Muddy Gap and that. However, There's only one in Riverton, and it's a boulder. It's just a rock over in City Park with a plaque on it, and that's all we have to tell visitors of our story, except for, of course, what our people tell them. So I was exploring ways that we might tell our story in a little more enriched way. And in the process learned that those roadside markers are managed in the state of Wyoming by Wyoming Parks, and they have what's called the Monuments and Markers Program. So doing a lot of work with them and a lot of research, learned about the application process and the program that the state of Wyoming has. There are maybe 5 different kinds of signs, markers, and monuments that they do, but 2 that they use primarily. You've probably seen one that looks like this. There's one out at Crowheart that tells the Crowheart story, one in Lander that tells you about Fort Auger. You know, they're all over the place. This is a cast aluminum, they call Class 1 sign. It's the kind of sign you can be in your car, park next to it, and read it. You don't have to get out. The other type of sign they have is called the Class 2 sign, and it's more like this. You'll also see these out Muddy Gap Way. These are low angle-mounted signs. They have more room for graphics. It's printed on a substrate with acrylic on top. So there's a lot more you can do telling a more compelling story with this. Both of these kinds of signs are templated by the state so that whether you're in Rawlins or Riverton or Cody, you're going to see the same style of sign no matter where you are. So there's a process for going through this with the state of Wyoming, and that's what we're working on right now. What I'm proposing is a total of 5 signs, but 3 for this year, and 3 that touch the city of Riverton and the operations here of the city. So I'll tell you a little bit about them. The first one, as Kyle mentioned, would be located out here at the corner of Sunset, right, and Federal, and it's also at the junction of the Wyoming Heritage Trail or Rails to Trails. That sign, the content would talk about the railroad, how it came in 1906. It opened up the area to homesteading. It opened up the area to development. And it also speaks to the importance of the railroad ties. And it starts to tell a railroad tie story. It then invites the visitor to enjoy the Heritage Trail. And the hope is that we would do some more signage there, which I'm working on with the museum. Those signs would tell more a story about our cultures. So they could walk the trail, or they could get in their car and they can drive to the next sign, their choice, which they would like to do. So that is the Class 1 sign I mentioned. The estimate for that cost is about $10,000. The second sign would be a Class 2 sign, so that's the low angle mounted sign, and it would be located, if you can tell from this map here, this is the beginning of the Riverwalk. And just where the Riverwalk starts and the Heritage Trail ends, that's at the Wind River where those ties, railroad ties, were pulled out of the river and then sent to the processing plant, which is just off the picture there. But over 10 million ties were processed floated down from Du Bois and processed between 1914 and 1946. The sign there would tell the story about the floats, the tie drives, would talk about the pickling plant, and then would talk about the big community parties that Riverton, actually everyone from Riverton to Du Bois would have here in Riverton at the end of those tie drives, and really, give some of the excitement of what went on during those tie drives. So that's sign number 2. That Class 2 kind of sign costs about $5,000. And by the way, all of this is handled through the state of Wyoming. We come up with the content, we pay the bill, but they handle the production and the installation, and then they give us the bill at the end of it. The third sign would be a little further down the Riverwalk. So at the same time the railroad came in 1906, this is when land was opened up to homesteading, and there was a pretty organized way to do that. It was a land lottery, and people showed up in I believe it was a Shoshone, for that. But as they were getting ready for that land lottery, there were some people working behind the scenes trying to get a section of this land set aside for a town site that would eventually become Riverton. 7 days before the land lottery was supposed to take place, you guys may know all this history already, the U.S. Department of Interior Secretary sends a telegram that says, okay, we're taking out one section and we're going to open that up to squatters' rights, and that is going to be anchored at the Big Bend on the Wind River, which is here on our Riverwalk. So the third sign would tell that story. And at that point, they had 7 days to plat the town. Chaos ensued. The military came in. It was all sorts of craziness. 2 weeks later, the town of Riverton was born. And so that would be the content of the third sign. So those would be the signs for this year. As Kyle mentioned, the sunset is on land that the city controls. That and these other two signs are on land that the city maintains. And for the application to the Monuments and Markers people, I need a document that says, you guys say, yes, it's okay to plant the sign there, that yes, you will continue to maintain it, and that you support the effort. I will also have a letter from the Depot Foundation connected to these other two on the Riverwalk. And the Depot Foundation is in fact the sponsoring organization on this as we search for funding. There are two more signs for a subsequent year. This is the one that started it. It's a sign for the 1838 rendezvous site. I am amazed that we don't have a historic marker for that. It's a little trickier from a property standpoint. You see the yellow box over there on the left. That is the right-of-way that Wyoming Department of Transport has available, and yet it drops off precipitously. A sign at that spot, however, would instruct people, look 3,500 feet to the east, and you will see the rendezvous site, and the sign would tell them all about what goes on at rendezvous. So it would be a great sign if we could get one. I intend to apply for that one by September 1st. The deadlines is March 1st, but it's because I know I'm going to have to work more with WYDOT on that one. The fifth and final sign that's in this current plan is out by the Sugar Beet Station north of town. And that sign, one of the things is these homesteaders were coming into town in 1906 and seeing this dry, barren landscape. It was like, yeah, I want to live there, but where's water, And it took about another 14 years before the Bureau of Reclamation came in and built the diversion dam project. So this sign at the Sugar Beet Station, which is, by the way, where WYDOT has some available land for a turnout, would tell the story about how we brought water to the area, and then more about the land rush. But then it would tell about the importance of agriculture to the economy. And they are situated right there where they can see all the agricultural lands around them. And if they're there in September, they'll see the big giant mounds of sugar beets. And so that should be a compelling agricultural story. So that is the project I'm working on. The process is, working with the people at Wyoming Parks, and they've been very enthusiastic about it. I have to provide them a application by March 1st. I have to give them an idea where my funding's going to come from. I've got to let them know that the property owners are all okay with this, and I send them the content. So just the stories I've just mentioned to you. Riverton Museum is pulling together photographs and graphics that we could use on this, and so there've been a lot of people helping this process out. I need to get that all to them by March 1st. At the same time I'm applying for funding, I'll be talking Thursday to the Chamber of Commerce in hopes of getting some TAD funding going. That would be foundational, and then looking for a match for what they give us through some other organizations, which I have March 17th and April 1st deadlines for. So the letter that would go with this application from you guys, I would likely also use in those applications for grant monies too. Once the application goes in, they edit it, bounce it back, I revised it by April 1st, get it back. And then by May is when we get their approval, and they'll start the work on the actual signs. They typically wouldn't have the sign done until 2005, but because of funding issues, they know we need everything done by the end of 2024. And so that we're kind of on an expedited course on this. So that's pretty much what I've got going. I hope you guys will support it. I hope you'll let Kyle write a letter for me, and I'll take any questions you might have.
Any questions?
No, thank you.
I'm excited to see what you come up with. You make this very compelling just there. If you can put that into a sign, that's going to be a lot of fun.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I am a great tourist, and I very much like to see tourism developed for Riverton.
I think Mr. Bailey might have had a question.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Thank you.
mean to interrupt you, Mike.
You good?
I was just thinking, it seems to me like those kind of things, you're going to put the signs close to where the action was. But
Yes.
what's going to get the people from the highway going 1,000 miles an hour across the road?
So when, I'm sorry if I want to face you, but get into them here. When you put up these markers, the state also puts up signs saying, historic marker right here, you know, that kind of thing, so it guides people to them. Some of the future stuff we hope to do is from that beginning big sign here on the corner is to have, there are about 10 kiosks along the Heritage Trail, to use those kiosks to tell more of our history story. And then even later down the road, like I'm talking 3 years now, is to maybe get an audio version of that, which we would do through a company called Travel Stories. Then not only is it great for tourists who are sitting in the hotel, they got 2 hours to kill, hey, let's go find out about the history, but it would also be great for students for field trips and things like that. So even locals would have use for that.
Councilman Larson?
Normally, aren't there turnouts there on the highway?
For the Class 1 signs, there are, yeah. The Class 1 signs, I'm saying this, I'm sorry. The Class 1 signs you read from your car. The Class 2 signs you read as a pedestrian, so you're outside of your car. And so those, again, would be on the Riverwalk.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I apologize. I just had a thought. It may suffice just to have this in minute action where you approve the 3 items that Ms. Klein was requesting. And if memory serves me, that is the authority to place the monument or marker on the city property that was mentioned, and then to also maintain it. Ms. Klein, what was the third? You asked that
Support.
we provide 3 things. Is it just support as the third?
One is, the third one is permission to put a digital dot on the state's map that shows there's a sign there.
Kind of like we had at the first page there, is that correct?
Yep.
So
So, Your Honor, if you'd like, you could request a motion having each of those three items, and then it would just be recorded in minute action.
would a letter be more helpful, or I guess Ms. Klein was talking about the possibility of a letter that she would be using for grant applications and that kind of thing?
So a letter of support that includes the other things we talked about, the maintenance, the ownership, and the dot. If all of that was in one letter, I could use it for multiple purposes.
And the question is, would it suffice just to have us vote on it now, or would you need a letter? You're thinking you need a letter. We don't mind.
Your Honor, I think we could do both, but I think the power of the letter would come from the minute action.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. All right, I'd entertain a motion then to approve the placement of monuments and markers along the rails to trails right-of-way, support an application to Wyoming State Parks, agree to maintenance, and to digital signposting for those.
Move all three.
I think I was first, second? Okay. Any other discussion?
That was 4 items.
It was 4. It was, because the letter was the 4th, I guess.
All the letters for, yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Does that suffice, Mr. Butterfield?
Yes, but I believe Ms. Harris just wants clarification on the.
Yes,
On
ma'am.
the second to have the motion.
Oh, I think it was
Pronto.
Councilman Pronto. I'm sorry. The motion was from Councilman Larson, second was from Councilman Pronto.
Thank you.
The fourth, not a second, but yeah.
It was a second for the 4 items.
It's too late to be doing that. It's not that late.
We're only halfway.
Yeah.
All right. Community Service Agreement Amendment, Eagles Hope. City Administrator's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll forego the preamble, as you're already aware of how you've allocated your community service contract funds. I will make note, however, that of the 275 that you put in the budget, there is still 1,000 that remains unobligated after your recent commitment to the Riverton Rescue Mission. Eagles Hope Transition requested $49,661 as part of the community service contract request prior to the budget process. After the budget process, the City Council approved $34,000 or 68% of its request. And staff later prepared a service agreement so they could receive those funds. What's before you tonight is an amendment to that service agreement, and I apologize, the actual verbiage of the amendment was not included in your packet. I had an error of combining files. There's a hard copy before you right now, and also a digital copy was sent to everyone that's on the distribution of the packet a few hours ago. In essence, the amendment allows for the fourth quarter installment of the $34,000 to occur earlier than planned. We're doing an amendment because the service agreement denotes that that the city shall distribute funds on a quarterly basis. And because that verbiage is a non-negotiable shall, the amendment comes into play where, with your approval, the last installment of funds, which is a little over $8,000, could be given to Eagles Hope during the third quarter, and that would assist them with some of their recent cash flow concerns that they've brought up. As you're considering this amendment, you have obviously a few options. You could propose an alternative to the amendment to the service agreement. You could also propose additional funds to be allocated to Eagles Hope, or you could deny the amendment that is proposed. And just maybe as another point of clarification, if you do want to consider proposing additional funds to Eagles Hope outside of just advancing these already approved funds, there is the $1,000 that is unobligated, but then also under your council contingency budget, you had $5,000 obligated for a community event, which you'll no longer be needing, or you're leaving those unobligated at this point. So if you would like to increase the allocation to Eagles Hope, there's $6,000 there that are already in the budget but currently unobligated. I'm also aware of an action made by one of the local economic development groups that they would be willing to match $6,000 wherever it would come from and provide that to Eagles Hope as they're working towards stabilizing their future. With that, I will stand for any questions, but we do recommend the amendment to the existing contract.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I guess it's the pleasure of the council. We have the amendment number 1. We could have a motion in that regard. If there's a motion in regard to additional funding, we could have a motion in that regard too. Probably would make sense to have that be a separate discussion, so we don't have it too commingled, but I guess I'd entertain any motions.
Your Honor, I would move that we amend the agreement to make the payment early for Eagles Hope.
Okay, I have a motion for an amendment. So basically, Amendment 1 then, as we have here. Motion by Councilman Bailey, second by Councilman Pronto. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Any other amendments in that regard?
Your Honor, I move that we allocate the unobligated $6,000 to Eagles Hope. What's that?
In terms of the 5,000 from the community event and council contingency, and then the 1,000 for contracts for services, is that correct? Okay, we have a motion for 6,000 to be paid to Eagles Hope from unobligated funds. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Councilman Larson with the second. Any other discussion?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
what mechanism do we have on the monies that we've given out that are being used appropriately?
In terms of with Eagles Hope and the other contracts for services?
Just Eagles Hope. We're talking about giving them money, additional early quarter, and this additional funds. My question is it going to a good purpose, or do they have the proper procedures in place that it's being spent appropriately?
And I think we do have in the packet the MOU. Anything else in that regard, Mr. Butterfield?
Your Honor, the existing agreement is in the packet, but I think to answer the question that Mr. Larson has, it's whether or not those funds are being used appropriately by Eagles Hope. And we do have a representative from Eagles Hope, and they could speak to how they are using those funds. For those in the audience who may or may not know, Eagles Hope is a facility that helps folks as they transition from homelessness or substance abuse or any other issues. It's a place for them to transition to more permanent either employment or occupation as far as a place of living. Occupancy, not occupation, excuse me. One thing I also should make note of is Eagles Hope's budget was severely impacted when Community Service Block Program, Grant Program, Community Service Block Grant Program. I'm used to just calling it CSBG. Community Service Block Grant Program was changed as far as how it's allocated to the community. Eagles Hope was receiving significant funds from that block grant. When those funds were no longer made available to them, that's where they're finding an issue with some of their operations and their cash flow.
Okay.
I would go on a limb and say I am not aware of any impropriety related to their association. I think they're using the funds that you've allocated as you've requested and as they've requested. The issue for additional funds has more to do with a different funding source.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have anyone from Eagles Hope that wants to speak? I know you probably don't want to speak, Ms. Widmeyer, but
Good evening, Your Honor, Council. Kyle, thank you, Mr. City Administrator. Thank you for considering giving us our allocation early. This has been very hard. Today has been a really hard day. But we did, as Mr. Butterfield stated, we lost the Community Service Block Grant, which we, when it was all said and done at the end of 2023, we received $107,000. That is about 40% of our budget. In 2023, we served 217 families, and that was, sorry, I have to look at my notes, over 46,000 services that we provided. So that's transitional housing, it's financial classes, parenting classes, AA, NA, Wellbriety, a lot of support sobrieties, case management, referrals, prevention, homeless prevention, trying to keep families in their homes during tough times. So we provided 44,806 services. So right now, we have not been able to get the funding that we lost. I have not been able to replace it. And so that's been a huge hit to Eagles Hope. Last year, we were getting funds from the Community Service Block Grant, but the reimbursement checks were coming to us 2 months late, so it was hard to pay bills. One of our biggest bills was property insurance. We have $15,000 policy, and so because we were getting our reimbursement checks late, I would pay the insurance late. So a $15,000 policy turned into a $26,000 policy. So in December, I had a donor who gave me $20,000. I took that money and I paid off my property insurance, my $15,000 policy, because I know that I don't have money coming in and I can't afford $11,000 extra in late fees. So it's been really tight. We've coasted for 4 months, but we still have people that we need to serve. My residents are working. I have residents working at Taco John's, at the casino, at Dairy Queen, at McDonald's, and they need Eagles Hope. I have one that was in tears for a week because she thought if she has to go back out in the streets, it's scary out there. A lot of bad things happened to her, and I told her, I'm going to fight that you don't lose your housing. I have another individual that lives at Eagles Hope, and we have rules. We drug test, we alcohol test, we keep our residents accountable. They have to pay resident fees to live there. And he needs that accountability. He needs the no visitors and the curfew to be sober. And if he didn't have that, he would not be. And he was brought to us by the Riverton Police Department. We have another individual also brought to us by the Riverton Police Department, and we're just keeping him safe at this point. He's off the streets, and he's not in the community causing issues. He's at Eagles Hope.
How many clients do you have right now? How many residents do you have right now?
I have 17.
Okay. And then how many do you have at most that you could serve at a time?
Well, I have 17 in all my rooms are filled. And so if they come in with a partner or with kids, that's what increases our numbers. So we've had as many as 36. So including kids and doubles.
Family housing situation.
Correct.
And then what efforts are you making to ensure that you can continue forward? I know that it was a difficulty with CSBG funding being lost, but...
Yes. So I presented to the county commissioners today, and they granted us $60,000.
Wow.
To get us through the end of the fiscal year. I also went and spoke to Idea Inc. on Thursday, and they gave us $6,000 to match. So they'll give it to us if we find $6,000 to match it. I'm also speaking with other businesses in Riverton that are supporters of us to continue their support. We're planning a fundraiser in early March. We were planning one later in the year in September, but we need to do it now. So we're doing another one in March. And I'm just continuing speaking to our donors, our stakeholders, and the people that really do support us, because we do have community support. We've just hit a rough patch.
$60,000 from the county commissioners today.
Yes, sir.
It's got to make you feel a lot better.
It does. It gives us hope that we're gonna make it to the end of June.
Good.
And then that gives us time to secure more funding. It's really hard to apply for grants. That's the easy solution. And I've been writing grants, but I don't have $1 million budget. So I'm oftentimes seen as too small, too little of an organization. So I don't qualify for a lot of the grants that are out there.
And Idea Inc. did 6,000 that would be subject to matching. I know somebody on the Idea Inc. board that also happened to know that the council might have 6,000 available. I just wonder where that number came from.
Idea Inc. also gave us $5,000 towards fundraising efforts, so we are using that to put on a fundraiser.
Thank you, Michelle. Any
Thank you.
questions for Ms. Woodmayer? All right.
Thank you for your
Very
time.
Call for the question.
All right. All in favor of funding Eagles Hope with $6,000 as discussed, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Oh, I vote aye. Motion passes. All right, well I think it's probably a pretty good time to take a quick break. That's okay. We'll take a 10-minute break. Is that long enough, you think?
Riverton Little League.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess.
It's $7,600 for rec board. We got 8,000 in beautification.
Cheaper than the jail.
So, looking at this,
Next session. to about, we got close to 10 minutes. Next up on the agenda is the bid award for WEBBWOOD Road Drainage Improvement Project. Public Works Director's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor, Council. Before you tonight is a proposal for a bid award to improve the WEBBWOOD Road drainage east of, from the detention pond at 16th and WEBBWOOD Road drains east of that location, and then it surface drains down into the canal. That line is deteriorated so bad that we try to keep it cleaned out every year, and at this point, it's almost impossible to clean with all the root infiltration. You recall, we budgeted $900,000 in our capital, general fund capital budget for this repair or this upgrade. This amount also included a grant that we received through the State Land and Investments Board for $381,400. Jerry Bornhoff.
The proposed projects. Additional information will be requested at your direction. Funding will be allocated from the 1/2 cent for economic development funding, depending on the specifics of the individual agreements. The available balance of monies for distribution as of February 2nd, 2024 is $285,077. The council may choose to fund the applicants as desired, insofar as the applications for funding meet the parameters of the law and the ballot language. As a reminder, the approved ballot language defines economic development as any project that retains or increases employment and/or results in a net gain of money into the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. All right. Well, I think the way we've done this in the past, if it works for everyone, we've done it a couple of times, so you'd think I would recall better. But as I recall, we took each of them on a one-by-one basis, discussed them, and then considered how much to fund them. I think if that's what we want to do this time, we could just consider them one at a time. I could call for motions for each of them, and then we could discuss them if we have questions for folks that are here tonight. Of EDGE applicants, who do we have here that's EDGE applicants? If you could just raise your hands, please. So I think, if I remember, Java here in the front, Arcadia Minerals, Watts Design, 307 Lawn Pros, and then why can't I think of the name of your spa again? Epic, thank you. I'm sorry, took me a minute, and I didn't even remember it. Epic Salon and Spa, and then we have
The Senior Citizens.
Senior Citizen Center here.
Liberty Torch.
And Liberty. Not Liberty. Liberty Pond. Okay, so I guess we could call you up if we have questions. No guarantees we'd have questions. No guarantees we won't have questions. I guess I would encourage our citizens to recognize something before we start this. This is me on a little bit of a soapbox. This tax has a lot of people that think it's great and a lot of people that think it's terrible. And so you might not know how much we get communication from citizens about this, but we get a lot of it. I spent an hour yesterday talking about it with one of our citizens, and I hope you recognize that to the extent that we choose to fund or not fund your project, it doesn't mean that we don't think it's a great idea. It doesn't mean that we don't think that you are very valuable in our community and we recognize and appreciate your hard work. It may just mean it's a difficult thing to have to answer to the voters for the way that their money is being spent. And so I hope you can recognize that before we start. If we ask you difficult questions, I'm sorry, but we have to answer to a lot of people, and this is a lot of money that comes to the city of Riverton, and they want to make sure it's in good hands. So I really appreciate you being here and being willing to answer questions and be available, but I hope you also understand what we have to deal with. And I don't say that in a negative way. It's the way it should be. We answer to the voters. So anyway, with that preamble, not trying to be doom and gloom. All right, I would entertain a motion to direct staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and Shannon Watts Art and Design. Right now, I'd be calling for a motion as to whether it be the recommendations in accordance with EDGE or something else, but just a motion in regard to Shannon Watts Art and Design. No motions in that regard? We can come back to it if we need to. We'll move on to the next one right now then. I know it's hard when we have a lot of different parties that we're talking about, so we'll maybe go to an easier one. I'd entertain a motion to direct staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and 307 Lawn Pros LLC based on the recommendations of the EDGE Committee.
So moved.
Councilmember Cox with the motion. Do we have a second? Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay. So the recommendation right now, or the motion is to fund 307 Lawn Pros LLC based on the recommendations of the EDGE Committee, which would be $40,000 out of an estimated project cost of $90,000. The requested amount was 80, but they recommended half of that. All right, discussion.
Your Honor, can we hear from the applicant?
Sure. Mr. Smith, correct? Correct. Come on up.
Thank you guys for the recommendation. Do you guys have any questions?
I'd like to hear a little bit about your project. I've read the material. I'd like to hear a little bit more from you if we could.
So I have had a plethora of people in my landscape business want curbing, asking for curbing. The closest curbing company is out of Casper, and they charge an arm and a leg to come out and install it. I think it'd be a great add-on to my business and to bring more revenue into Riverton. Beautification of Riverton, all of the above.
You had also mentioned increase in property value.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge on property value and what it'll do. Landscaping catches your eye and a huge upsell value. And
Okay. And then how many employees might you be adding on?
it'll bring on at least 4 full-time employees. And that would be from, I don't know, March to September. And then I would keep at least 2 of those guys through the winter.
Okay.
Now, for people that, before I heard your presentation, I didn't know quite what this was, and I had the benefit of seeing pictures. Tell me a little bit about what you mean by curbing.
So it's hard to explain. It's just say a 5-inch piece of concrete that's got a contour to it. You can stamp it, color it, whatever the customer wants. But it's just for ease of maintenance. It adds curb appeal, adds value to the property. Yeah, I don't know what else really you want to know about it.
Okay.
And then if you did receive the recommended 40,000 as opposed to the 80,000 asked, is this still going to be something that you could do?
So it is, and I got some updated quotes earlier in the week from the place I would be purchasing the equipment from. And the base package to get going is now $55,019. Their most popular package that they sell is $65,000, but I think I could find some more funds somewhere else to get this going for sure. Even if I have to fund it through 307, that's fine.
Would you be opposed if we waited to provide the funds until you did find the other funding?
And I have the funding available to do it now. I would just rather not have to fund it out of my pocket, you know? But I can.
Okay. Any other questions?
I guess, have you gone to like a bank to borrow the money to do that, or?
No, that's just funds that I have saved. I haven't talked to the bank about any business loans or anything, which I have great credit. I could go get a business loan if needed, but I would rather just get it paid for.
So you're saying you have the funding available for the differential between the 40 and the 55?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments, discussion? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. We ready to vote? All in favor of funding, directing staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and 307 Lawn Pros LLC based on the recommendation of EDGE, the amount of $40,000. Say aye.
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 Right. Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Comes down to you, Mayor.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to say nay. It's nothing, like I said, against you, Mr. Smith. I think you've got a great business. So I appreciate you coming in and presenting to us, and I certainly appreciate EDGE, who does a very good job of considering all of these. All right, next up, we have a motion to direct staff regarding funding between the City of Riverton and Arcadia Minerals. Oh, I need to say for the record, the motion failed. Ms. Harris, sorry, I missed that.
Thank you.
Prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and Arcadia Minerals based on the recommendation of the Evolve, Diversify, and Grow Our Economy Committee to the tune of, sorry, I have the packet up here electronically.
15, no, 16, 635.
Recommendation was for
20.
The requested ask was 20 and the recommended is 16.
Got it. So it'd be the amount of $16,000, 80% of the project cost, which is $20,000. We have a motion. All right, I'll call for it 3 times. We have a motion in regard to Arcadia Minerals. A motion in regard to Arcadia Minerals. All right, we'll go to the next one. Chair would entertain a motion to direct staff to fund Carla Apodaca based on the recommendations of the Evolve, Diversify, and Grow Our Economy Committee, which is Java. Requested amount was $96,000. The recommended amount was $48,000. 20% of the total project, which is actually $240,000. We have a motion in regards to Java Carla Apodaca.
I'll make that motion, Your Honor.
Second.
Councilman Toronto. With the motion, second by Councilwoman Cox. Discussion. One of you two want to come up?
Yeah, I can.
Is that all right? I know you already presented. I know you already answered questions.
Yeah, do you have any questions for me?
Could you just give us an overview just for the
Yeah, of course.
and some people in the audience?
So we're looking to build another Java. I already have a shop on Main, at the top of the hill across the street from Ironworks. We're building another shop on North Federal. I'm just looking to bring in people from that side of town. I will be hiring between, I'd say 10 to 12 new employees at my other shop that's being built. We are paying for it out of pocket for the whole entire project. We just want to create something to bring in a new food option, a new drink option, just something extra for everyone to visit, get good drinks, wake them up in the morning, get to work. That's about it.
And you already have, if I remember right from your presentation, you already have work started on this.
Yeah, it's already in the process of being built. We're hoping to get it done late spring, early summer, sometime around there. We were looking at April. It might be just a tiny bit later now, but yeah.
And then do you have in terms of the total funding, if I recall correctly, this is something for the most part funded by yourself. Is there also a loan in regard or just completely out of pocket?
You'd have to ask her. I think it would be.
We do have a partial loan on the property, and then, of course, we have the loan up on the hill, so that's kind of where we're at.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know it's always a hard question to ask about financial stuff like that, but it's one of the things that we've been talking about and has been brought up in by different citizens is concern that we're going to be putting banks out of business, I guess, for lack of a better word. If we're just going to be giving out grants, that we're not going to have banks be able to provide funding. I mean, so that was kind of where the question came from.
Your Honor, and I think it also shows some skin in the game as well, not just completely funded by grants.
I agree.
And Your Honor, maybe one of the other committee members could answer this correctly or more specifically. I believe that this number came from funding the equipment after the construction. That's kind of where they came up with that number. So they would basically have the full building constructed and this would come in to help them finish.
Yeah, my espresso machine costs, like one that's used, it costs like $10,000 for an espresso machine.
Seasoned.
Fridges, yeah. Refrigerators, I need to install a hood because I will have a full functioning kitchen in my new shop, so we can provide more food items, which I do provide at my other coffee shop, but I'd like to provide a wider variety. So it would go towards everything for the kitchen. Blenders are up to like $2,500 a piece, and we at least need 3. Just things like that.
And I know you provide food items in your other one, but do you cook them there?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
We do.
Interesting.
Yep. We have a little tiny grill that's about this big that heats our burritos, all that. So, yes.
And to get more of a stove?
We'll have a full stove. We'll have
a state-approved kitchen is what we're looking at.
And then what will the footprint be of this building as opposed to your building that's smaller than this dais?
Can you?
So how big will it be? How many square footage?
I don't know if we have it right.
I think we have it in here.
I don't think he had.
Bigger or smaller than a bread box?
It'll be bigger, a lot bigger. It'll
It's quite a bit
provide,
bigger and longer.
because right now, I usually keep 3 girls in the morning, 3 girls at my midday, and then 2 at the close. So it's pretty tight in my shop now, and it's not necessarily like, it works, up there, but it would be nice to have it it's mainly for the kitchen. Like, we'd like to have a full kitchen. I'd like to we're going to have an ice cream machine, a pop machine. We're just going to be providing a lot more at this location. And then, it's like I said, we'd just like another location to provide to this end of town, because I do get a lot of people coming from the high school, the middle school on this end of town, but I'd like to provide for people going to Shoshone, coming from out of town, things like that.
You told the Edge Committee you wanted to be the first coffee shop people drive into town.
Yeah, there's a little bit of competition there. I would like to be the first one people see when they pull into town, so
Okay.
it'd be kind of cool.
Any other questions?
So too late to move the location though, right?
No, I
think in South End?
Yeah.
It's going to offer a spot for you, it sounds like.
Yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you.
All right, are we ready to vote on Carla Apodaca, Java? All in favor of funding this in regards, well, I guess, do we have any other discussion or motions in regard to the motion? Okay, all in favor of funding this as recommended by the Edge Committee, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I vote aye.
I vote nay.
Nay. All right. Well, that one motion passes. All right, moving on. Liberty Torch Services. Chair would entertain a motion to direct staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton, Liberty Torch Services LLC, based on the recommendations of the EDGE Committee, which, I keep on going down to the presentations, so, would be $14,500. The estimated project cost was $30,000. The requested amount was $21,000. Recommended amount was $14,500.
That's way down there.
Have a motion in regards to Liberty Torch Services? Have a motion. All right, moving on. Next one, Chair would entertain a motion to direct staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and Epic Salon Spa based on the recommendations of the EDGE Committee. Epic Salon Spa, the estimated program cost is $136,270. Requested amount was $67,868. Recommended amount by EDGE was $41,040. I have a motion in regard to Epic Salon Spa.
So moved.
I'll second.
Cox.
We can hear from the applicant.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilwoman Cox, second by Councilman Pronto.
We're carrying this.
If you could tell everybody your name as you come up, please.
My name is Lisa Wright, and I am going to open Epic Salon Spa. It will be right across the street from the current Java up on Main. I plan to hire 8 stylists or cosmetologists. I already have them hired. They're just waiting for opening dates. I plan to hire them most of them directly out of the CWC cosmetology program. They're just waiting for the doors to open. We plan on specializing in wig services and privacy services for oncology patients to give them a place to, in private, with their own family involved, to possibly shave their heads if they're losing their hair and provide wig services to them for customization.
Thank you. And I think if I remember right from your presentation, you have people that are basically, for all intents and purposes, ready to start working as soon as you open your doors.
Yes.
And that have been currently over at the CWC school, have clientele, hopefully can bring them
Yes.
with them.
They have clientele asking them, when can I get my hair done? When can I get my feet done? When can I get all of these services done? We're ready.
Okay. And then I think, if I remember right, you also have some people you're going to be bringing in from out of town too, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I'm going to bring educators in from out of town to provide classes for not only my girls, but it will be open for cosmetologists around the state. Typically, I go educate around the country. I typically have between 15 and 20 students in my class when I go teach classes. So we're hoping for that attendance for the educators. The first one is going to be March 9th. He is going to come from Casper to teach hair extensions to the girls and offer it out for other cosmetologists as well.
And Your Honor, just for the benefit of everybody else, how far along are you already in this project?
We're to sheetrock and insulation. My poor husband has worked tirelessly. He works a day job. He is a data analyst for Fremont School District 25. He goes after work every day and works on this salon ridiculously long hours. I'm very appreciative of him and all of the work that I've had help with. Everything's been funded out of pocket so far, so it's a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually stopped by there the other day just to see how far along you were, and it looked exactly like the pictures you shared during EDGE.
You should see it now.
Okay.
And I honestly would love to extend an invitation for all of you and for all of the EDGE committee who's voted for this to come and check it out. Corey's worked really, really hard on this project. I think that he's got just as much into it as I do.
It's good
It's
to have
amazing. The 8 positions that I did some research, and I don't have all of my file here today, but based on the numbers that I looked up, the typical average income for a cosmetologist in the state of Wyoming is $54,700. So I'm hoping to get those girls right up to that level pretty soon.
And if I am looking at this correctly, in terms of the amount being requested, this would be going towards building renovation, inventory, and then 10,000 of it was towards operating costs.
As far as what the recommendation was, I believe that the recommendation was the single sheet. I actually have both of those sheets in my file. Can you hand me that blue file, please? So the recommendations that the Edge Committee made were based on this first renovation cost breakdown sheet. They took this sheet and took off the tax, and that's what they recommended was the 41,000. I did not include on that renovation cost breakdown the washer and dryer, the nail tables that I'll buy for the girls that I still haven't bought. I did purchase and have in my possession hair stations, hydraulic hair chairs, mats, things like that, that I did buy from Crystal Braddock and June Bailey when they went out of business with their salon here in town when Crystal moved. So some of those things I did not include in that, and we'll make it work.
And then, even if you were funded the requested $40,040, would that, your ask was $67,868, would you still be able to do it with the $40,040?
Yes, we would.
Are you still planning on doing this even if you weren't funded?
Absolutely.
You've already got the work going towards it.
Yeah.
What's the difference, I guess, if you weren't funded?
It'll take quite a bit longer, just because I'm paying for it all out of pocket. I've depleted savings, things like that to go into it, because this is kind of my dream for this community, to have a place that has things that we don't have here in our community for people, and to create all those jobs.
And then, I'm sorry I'm asking so many
Nope.
questions. I'm
It's perfectly fine.
just looking at it and trying to clarify and make sure I understand. Is this then just all cash? This isn't any loans that you've got going towards this?
And the reason I'm hoping to do it this way is that I don't own the building, and so keeping monthly costs down for this means more success for the salon to begin with. So when I included all of those things in the operating costs and stuff, the operating costs that I did include were the building payment that I make every month for the first 4 months. That's why I included that building, or the operating costs. That's where that came from.
Okay. Any other questions?
I guess just the same question. You haven't looked at conventional financing to help you get through this?
I have not, because I think that the costs out of pocket right now are enough, that if I picked up a loan, it would mean that much more taken away from the salon and the benefit of the girls, and it would be a little bit harder to get them successful.
All right. Any other questions?
What is the starting wage of your stylist?
Their starting wage is going to be half of what they make. So as a salon owner, I pay for everything in the building, all of their product, all of their everything. And then they make half of what their service costs. After 6 months contract, they'll all sign a 6-month commission contract. And after that 6 months, they can revisit that contract and become a booth renter, which means that they just pay a specific amount for that space. And then they become their own business owner. Instead of me doing it and paying their taxes and all of that, they do all of that themselves.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you. I appreciate you coming
Thank
up. We ready to vote? All right. All in favor of directing staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and Epic Salon Spa based on the recommendations of the Evolve, Diversify, and Grow Our Economy Committee, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
You guys need to quit doing this to me. Not wanting to make you sit in silence, I'm sorry. I am going to vote nay. but it is not, again, because of anything wrong with your plan or what you're doing. All right, do we have any other motions in regards to folks that were not recommended for funding, or for anyone that we didn't have a motion for? Okay. Are we moving on then? Mr. Beers? Would not be bad to hear from somebody from Edge. I sure appreciate that, Leo. We probably should have heard from you first. Thanks for being willing to come up.
Yep, absolutely. I guess we're going to have a lot of questions. So this is going to turn this account into a savings account. So Mrs. Wright's was a great application as far as jobs already committed. And I know you guys got to answer to the voters, but I guess as the committee, I think we're going to be a little bit lost on what exactly you guys are looking for to move some of these projects forward. I understand maybe they need to be looking for outside funding, possibly financing, things like that. But even if they are, I don't know. I guess I'm even lost as I sit back there. What is the council looking for from the committee?
Yeah, that's hard. I agree with you. I mean, it's obviously we're divided here today.
Right.
There's no trying to put when we talk about a body of people, right? You can't consider them as one person. It's a body with everybody that has different opinions.
Oh, yeah.
I think anybody that wants to ask me my opinions of things, love to talk with you, and I could speak as to my thoughts. I'll make sure I'm at the next Edge meeting.
Well, and we appreciate that, and that is going to be one of my comments is, not that they need to work for this money. It is public money. It is things like that. But it seems like they're having to present almost 3 different times, one at our presentation, then one at our, where we do our motions and everything. We ask more questions then, and then to come up to you guys, they're repeating themselves 3 different times.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I feel that that's burdensome a little bit. And like I said, they do need to work for it. It is public funds. They need to answer for it. But I question how we're going to streamline this. One of the things was, Mike, in the past, you've said that you want more skin in the game, no projects with 100%. We really tried to do that this time. Every single one of them was not even close to 100%, yet we still seen a lot of that. So, like I said, we're very confused on exactly what's the council. And I know you guys have to answer to the voters. I, too, have fielded a few phone calls this week, which I love. That means people are talking about it, and answered a lot of bad information, thinking that it's the road funding to a lot of different things. But truly trying to increase economic development, and we're open for ideas, but just based on what we saw tonight, or I've seen tonight, I don't know. We got to connect somehow.
Yep, and we're definitely welcome to more discussions. So thank you for being here, and really appreciate your work. And I certainly understand what you're saying. I appreciate all of our applicants coming in and speaking multiple times. It's a difficult thing to do. I get it. Doing grants is not an easy thing.
No.
And, and it's kind of like I had said before, too. There's just a lot of things to be considering.
Well,
and, the same things you consider, and I appreciate it, and I saw in your funding trying to take some of the feedback you had received to heart. So I appreciate that.
But that's truly turning it into a grant. I know we were the very first committee to start it. We don't have to go that path. If we want to turn around and turn it into interest-free loans, I mean,
right.
It was never written. We're just truly feeding in the dark right now. So if to get more of this money out, because we do not want to, if it's going to be a savings account, we need it to fund the airport. We need it. I really hope that it passes this next round, but let's write it so it works the best way for the citizens.
I appreciate it. And I think Mr. Butterfield and I have talked about, for example, doing a work session or something like that where we can sit down and hash out some ideas without having it be something we have to walk away.
Yep.
We have talked about different ways of doing it. One of the concerns I have, if you start to give yourself so many rules in terms of what you must do, it takes away some of the flexibility. And so I'm concerned about that. I certainly understand when you have tax funds, you're wanting to have them go towards the community. So there's a balance there too, right? Between having it burn a hole in your pocket so you want to spend it, and saying, what if something else comes along that needs this money and we've just been sitting there and spending it as we go? A prime example is the rec board, being able to have that money set aside and then having a bigger ask and being able to have more to work with. So it's tough, and I agree, and I'll tell you, I've met with every single applicant here and spoken to them, and I mean, everybody has great ideas, and they have really good ways they can improve our community. It's just always hard to be able to have that accountability.
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I think a work session with the council and your committee without anyone at stake, I mean, without having anyone that's maybe going to have funding, so it's not personal. We can sit there and have different situations and actually talk about what we would like to see and where we get hung up and actually have the conversation, because when we're sitting here, we're listening, but it's hard to have those conversations, especially with people who are banking on this, and it, you know, they see all the great things, and it is emotional, and it's hard to have an open, honest conversation when it's your business at stake. So I think a work session, like you said before, where there's nothing on the table would be a really good idea.
One thing with not spending it, and I might call on Kevin, and maybe Julie Bowler knew more about it. If this builds up funds, am I wrong that the other entities can then ask for our monies?
Be at the end of the term, so that'd be next, well, yes.
Your Honor, that's correct. Pursuant to the MOU, at the end of the term, which would be next fiscal year, unobligated funds would then be made available to other entities participating in the MOU.
Right.
So let's not let that happen. The good news is the first 2 years, maybe there was 4 applications, and we didn't even do it quarterly then. It was maybe twice a year. This last round had 13. I think a couple pulled out. So people are talking about it. More people are asking for it. So it is getting talked about. But yeah, we definitely got to figure out how to distribute it.
And I would definitely encourage folks that are applicants and maybe weren't funded, and that's happened in the past. Feel free to reach out to the council. If you have somebody that voted for or against it, ask questions, because there's no reason, we don't have it currently in our rules, that you can't try again and have something a little bit different.
Absolutely.
So, okay.
All right. Thank you.
Sir.
Your Honor, I was going to make a comment too. It's a little bit interesting when we have the Edge Fund Committee. It's a public meeting. And then, of course, we work to not have another quorum there. But in my opinion, the only time we can actually air what a project is, really to a larger mass of our audience, is in this room. But yet it's also difficult and challenging to have the full-on conversation in this room. So perhaps a work session or something of that nature would make sense. I feel badly because I feel like we usurped the committee that we've asked to come to us with these recommendations, and then we either fund or don't fund or partially fund, which kind of usurps their project and their recommendation. So that's got to be frustrating, and I think that's, we have to come to some term there to where we can put our impetus. Personally, I'll tell you what I look at. I look at accountability, I look at skin in the game, and I look at what it's going to do for our community in terms of hiring people and bringing not just people to our community and not just helping our community, but giving real jobs. That's why I asked about the salaries. To me, that's really important, that we're doing something, not just funding someone's, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but like a pet project, hoping to get free money to make their dream come alive. I'm a businessman, like a lot of us are. I've been in business for over 30 years. I literally started our business in my spare room, part-time, and after hours, and groveled for the first, I don't know, I think I'm still doing it after 30-some years. So I look for that. As an entrepreneur, I work hard. I put all my time and effort and energy into it. So if I was able to get some additional funding to help do that, to grow that dream, to grow that business so I could provide jobs, that's what I look for.
Thank you.
I yield my time, Your Honor.
And thank you for that, Tim. One thing I'd like to say, as far as the disservice to the committee, don't worry about us. We're working for the applicants. We know you guys were elected. You're working for the voters. I just want us to meet and figure out how to get that to happen. That's really the goal there. As far as, yeah, the entrepreneurial side, I run a business too, so I'm looking for it as well. But it's written into the MOUs, and I think maybe you need to lean on the MOU a little bit more. Give them the opportunity to fail. I mean, yeah, we don't want to do a disservice for them if they can't pull it off. That's not something we should be doing, but give them opportunity. So I would leave it with that.
Well, I look for that passion too. Opportunity is great, but on the other hand, I'd rather provide the funding to the greater opportunity and to that person who's really looking to succeed and grow either what they have, and really that's it. I like it when people are growing something that's existing that they've already taken on themselves, and that's just me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, Mr. Krasishnik.
Your Honor, members of the council, Kevin Kershishnik with ID Inc. Several things to talk about. I guess the first thing that we shouldn't lose focus of, in my opinion, is it's an economic development sales tax. It's here to promote economic development for our community, to advance our community, to better our community. And we've done a lot of great things to date, and I think you saw a lot of great applications tonight. So we have to look at that, and I'll just give you some numbers to keep in mind. University of Wyoming's doing an economic impact study, and it says for every dollar that we distribute within our community for this tax, we're seeing $7.35 roughly of economic impact. Multiplier of 7 to 1. As an individual or as a private business owner, if I could ever get a return on my investment of 7 to 1, I don't think I would ever hesitate. I mean, if I can even get a 10% internal rate of return, I'm happy. So I think we need to look at that from a community perspective and what can we do. It's a tough job. Understand we all have to deal with what the public's saying. How do we get this renewed? How do we continue to help our community? If we look at the next 4 years, if we move this forward, the economic impact could be $120 million over that 4-year period to our community, right? If we don't issue these grants or loans or combination to help these businesses, we won't see that benefit. So those are some things for us to keep in mind. And I agree with working forward to find a good solution to help these businesses go forward. So thank you for your consideration. And if I can be of any assistance sitting down talking about some of the options, I'm more than willing to do that. Thank you.
All right. We're up to Riverton Police Department Annual Report. Police Chief's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor and Council. Many of the departments here have been able to present to you their activities for 2023. So for the next few minutes, staff of the police department are going to present their individual units and kind of give the idea of what goes behind the scenes at the police department. We'll be able to show you what works effectively to provide police services here in town. And we're going to start off with Captain Romero, who will be going over our administrative functions for the police department.
Your Honor, Council, I'm going to talk to you briefly about the organization of the department and my role. I perform supervisory and administrative police work as mid-level manager, directing operations of the police department, and report directly to the chief. If you guys can see that, it's up there on the board as well. I oversee patrol, dispatch, detectives, SROs, and animal control. I directly supervise Sergeants Amy Filer, Stephen Sullivan, Jacob Nation, and Randy Foose, who are sergeants over the patrol division. Detective Sergeant Eric Smith, who is over the detective division. SRO Sergeant Charlie Marshall, who's over school resource officers, and lead dispatchers Sarah Nelson and Ann Metzler, who are over dispatch. I also supervise Animal Control Officer Shannon Sanderson, which leads me to the stats for the 2023 year. There were 138 dogs and 109 cats for a total of 247 impounds for the year. With that being said, I'd like to introduce lead dispatcher Sarah Nelson.
My name is Sarah Nelson. I'm a lead dispatcher. The other lead dispatcher, Ann Metzler, is currently working in dispatch, so she's not able to attend. Dispatch is made up of 8 dispatchers total. We have the 2 leads and then 6 dispatchers when we're fully staffed. We're currently down 1, and Ann retires March 15th, so we will be down 2. We do have a part-time dispatcher who fills in as needed, which has been really helpful. Training, we do 4.5 months in-house training. We train the dispatcher to be able to do the job on their own, as we do work by ourselves from time to time. And then we spend 2 weeks at the academy down in Douglas. We also have dispatchers who are certified as negotiators, and then also the CIT program, which hasn't been around for a couple years, but hopefully we'll get that going again. Dispatch responsibilities. Obviously, we handle 911 calls for the city of Riverton and the Riverton Volunteer Fire Department, also admin calls that come into the department. We also handle all radio traffic for the Riverton Police Department, so our officers, as well as when we page out the fire department. We do that manual page, we send it out, and then we handle all radio traffic for them as well. Again, there's a lot of functions that dispatch does. I'm not going to list them all off for you because the list is, I probably don't even have everything on that list, to be completely honest with you guys. But in CIC, that's where we manage. We run driver's licenses, registrations for the guys who run traffic stops. There is a national database for people who have warrants, so we confirm those. We also have a Wyoming warrant system where agencies in Wyoming can place those warrants, and they're extraditable in Wyoming only, just as well as paperwork and everything. This is just a little screenshot of some of the cameras that we have in the building as well as around the city. We have a tower camera that is really nice. We've had several shopliftings at Walgreens that we've been able to zoom in, pull plates, let the officers know where they live, where they're at, follow them down the street, and we caught one last week. So it's a win for us when we're able to help the officers beyond the initial call that comes in. As I said earlier, we take all landline 911s. They come directly into the dispatch center. If you call 911 on a mobile cell phone, it is transferred to the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, and once they figure out where it's at, they transfer it to us. So just some stats. Calls into the center. These are not calls for service, so they're different, but 911 calls into the center in 2022, 2,476 calls versus this last year in 2023, 2,726. And then the admin calls. So anything that's not a 911 call, over 30,000 calls into the dispatch center last year. Calls for service, so this is on the law enforcement side and the fire side. Last year, 9,779, which I know is lower than some of the previous years. It might have been actually higher than 2022. And then the fire calls, we changed how we dispatch those fire calls this last year. So they're responding or getting paged out to more calls. And with that, Sergeant Filer is up next.
Could I ask you a question real quick, Sarah?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Sorry.
I've been talking a little bit and thinking about mobile data terminals.
Mm-hmm.
How much of a difference would that make in your work and with dispatchers if you had mobile data terminals that officers would be able to access?
Honestly, when we did have them in the past, they were utilized frequently. It makes traffic stops and just the radio traffic to a minimum, I guess you could say, because that officer can be out there, they can check the driver's license because all that NCIC data is actually pulled up on their terminal. So if they need something, say a warrant confirmed or they have a question, then they can pop on the radio and ask that dispatcher. So I think it would be beneficial, just my opinion. I'm not sure how the guys feel about it. But then also, too, just for them to have the ability to be out and about in the community if they want to go work on reports and they don't want to be stuck in the patrol room working on reports, they can be out and about and work on some of those other things as well, because I know that that's an issue, is they're busy and we want them out in the public, but then we want them to get our reports completed as well, so it's kind of a fine line that they have to ride to get everything accomplished.
Okay, just was curious. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. All right, so we have 2 officers that are at the police academy right now, at the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy. So I'm going to talk to you guys about that and also about our training that we have ongoing training. So the academy provides training, our basic peace officer training, but they also provide training for detention basic and for communications basic. They cover coroner's stuff and continuing education for firearms guys and for custody and control guys that come back and teach us here in-house. So the basic course is a 605-hour course that the officers go to achieve their peace officer basic certification. The academy hosts about 3 courses a year for POB, and to my knowledge, it's 1 course a year for the dispatch basic. So we have to do a lot of coordination when we hire people to get them through our training program and then off to the academy. The academy's curriculum is actually established by both the academy and by the Wyoming Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission. So their coursework that our the peace officer basic guys go through, it runs a gamut in that 605 hours. There's everything from basic law and constitution to practical stuff, such as high-risk traffic stops and practical exercises. The certification requires that they pass numerous quizzes, tests, and a variety of written and physical skills before they can graduate. The public safety communications basic coursework includes constitutional and legal issues, team collaboration, officer-involved shooting practical exercises, and courtroom testimony. So it's a broad range of stuff that is covered by the academy. All of this training is training that is then basically held together or monitored by POST. So POST is established by the state statute, and then they set up what we need to have for our training, and then they keep track of that over the course of our entire career. They also are the ones that issue our certifications. So over the course of the last year in 2023, all of our certified officers and our dispatchers completed about, and I say roughly, 3,629 hours of training, but that doesn't include some of the training that just didn't get to me and I haven't entered yet. And that also doesn't include the training that our non-certified personnel get. So Shannon Sanderson, our animal control officer, she has a whole bunch of training that I don't get to count into that. So, I believe Sergeant Sullivan is going to talk to you guys about our hiring and our in-house training.
Okay, so you keep track of all the post-training. And that would be any time that they're going off to somewhere else or whatever to get trained on whatever it might be.
Yeah, and it's not just going away for training, it's online training, it's in-house training, sometimes it's just a matter of our squads getting together and doing some tactics together or going to the range together. That all qualifies as training. We just have to be able to articulate how it improved our operations as a police officer.
How much of that do you do in-house?
I'd have to get back to you on that one.
I mean, would you say less than half or?
Yeah, probably less than half. There's quite a bit that we outsource to going other places. But we had a ton of online training in the last year.
Get kind of used to that with COVID.
Yeah, there was definitely a trend towards that.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hard work.
Good evening, everybody. So I'm going to talk to you about some of our hiring and training processes. So right now we're down some positions in patrol, so we're currently looking for applicants. So hopefully we're going to get some applicants. When we do get those applications in, they're going to go through an initial screening process. And some of the things that's based on our age, education, criminal history. You know, if they make it through that initial screening, then they get invited to a PT test. So I've been overseeing the PT test, and that consists of sit-ups, push-ups, and a 1.5 mile run. These individuals are going to do as many sit-ups and push-ups as they can in a minute and run a 1.5 miles. And whether they pass or fail is based on the Cooper standard, and that is age and gender-based. So a 25-year-old male is going to have different qualifying standard than a 56-year-old female. So if they get through that, we're going to set up an interview. And on that interview, it's going to be a panel of typically 3 officers, and we're going to ask them several questions that are scenario and ethics based, kind of trying to gauge their decision-making and integrity. Someone that we think would be a good fit and we can trust out there on the street. So if they get through that and they get through the background check, we're going to put them into our field training program. So we currently have 4 patrol officers who are certified trainers, as well as all of our patrol sergeants. And all these trainers are very dedicated, knowledgeable individuals, so I have full trust in them. So they start the program. They're going to start out with 2 weeks of classroom and practical skills training. That's going to be like use of force, search and seizure. They'll run through the TASER certification, OC, things like that. And then they're going to start the field training program where they're going to actually be taking calls with their trainer. And this is going to have 4 phases. Each phase is going to be 4 weeks long. And as each phase progresses, we expect them to do more and more without assistance from their trainers. The last phase, the 4th phase, could be 2 weeks if they're progressing like we hope, or it could go the full 4. And we also have the ability to do remedial training if they're just not there. We can work on certain things that we need to get them proficient on. And every day we're going to evaluate them with the daily observation report. So we're going to evaluate them on the 18 competencies. And typically they're going to be in development throughout much of the course. Before they are released on their own, we have to make sure that they are able to be proficient in all these competencies without assistance from their trainers. We want to put people out there that, that we have faith in, but also the public has faith in, that they can do the job. So, and I'm confident that our trainers can get it done with anybody we put in the program. So that's kind of a brief overview of that. And now Charlie's going to talk about the school resource officers.
Anybody have any questions for Sergeant Sullivan?
No.
I've just been asking him because I've had him, but how would you rate in terms of how many applicants actually go through all the steps before they would be getting a job offer? I mean, what percentage are we getting?
It seems like it's getting less and less. Actually, it's a very low percentage of the applicants actually make it into the training program.
You still think the standards, though, make sense and are the ones we should be using? Hard question.
That's a good question.
By the reaction back there.
Yes.
I think we need to revisit some of the standards.
Okay, it's a good idea. Are you? Do you think you could fit them? You could meet them all?
No. No. Yeah, I could. Give me a little bit of time.
You could do the run and everything.
Yeah, just give me a little bit of time to get ready. So, yeah.
Well, and I mean, I'm being honest. It's a different world than when you applied, for example.
Yeah.
I mean, we had all this stuff with George Floyd. I mean, we've had a lot of things that have made it difficult for our police officers to attract and keep qualified applicants.
It's extremely difficult.
And
I think we do need to look at it, look at our standards.
okay, just was curious. I'm not going to hold you to it, and I don't think the chief is writing anything down. And oh no, he did. Okay.
You can just watch it on YouTube, but other than that, it's not recorded.
When only 10% of the applicants are actually, I don't even know if it would be 10% into the training program.
But we used to have a lot more applicants.
Yeah, we did.
Too. So if you just had that many, it was like, hey, we're fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry to put you on the spot, Sergeant.
Oh no, you're fine.
I'm there for you anytime.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. My wife just texted and said, whose fault is it that we're last on the agenda of a big meeting? It's past my bedtime.
I'll take the blame.
You're not last.
You're not last.
Oh, yeah, we're not last.
We still have.
And there's an executive.
Yeah.
We're still here for the duration.
I hear you.
But thank you for sticking around, Charlie.
So I'm Sergeant Marshall, for those of you that don't know me, and I'm in charge of our school resource officer team. And we're pretty fortunate as of right now with the school district that we have, and obviously the police department. But our team is comprised of myself as a supervisor, and then Officer Tyler Larson and Officer Scott Christofferson. I've been up at the school for 15 years, going on 16. I've been at the high school the entire time. Officer Larson was assigned to, he started 6 years ago and was assigned to the elementary schools when he first joined the team, and then he moved up to the middle school after we lost Cody Myers to Shoshone. And then Officer Christofferson has been an SRO for 5 years, and he's assigned to all of our elementary schools, which consist of Ash Grove, Jackson, Willow Creek, Aspen, and then Rendezvous Elementary. He also takes care of Frontier Academy, which is an alternative high school that we have in place as well. So he's kind of the traffic guy because he floats back and forth, and we'll go over some stats here in just a second. But a lot of the stats that I'm going to show you, they don't cover all of what we do. And a lot of it, it's reported to us at school, but it'll take us outside of the school building to follow up and investigate. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when we do the stats. But we also are available to help the guys on the street, and there are several times because of training or because of vacations or holidays or something like that, that SROs will be pulled out of the school to help cover the street too, just because we are so short-staffed. But basically, you can look at the school resource officer program as the triad concept of school-based policing. And what that means is that we're not only law enforcement up at the schools, but we're teachers and counselors. In fact, if I was to break it down as a percentage, at the high school, I probably spend 80% of my day counseling, if you will. And a lot of that is kids coming in, questions about home life, having problems. I've had relationship issues come into my office. But we spend more time dealing with that than we actually do law enforcement. I'd say law enforcement is probably 10% of our time. And then, we are in the classrooms as much as we can be. I was teaching a criminal justice class at the high school. I think I taught it for 4 or 5 years, and it just got to the point where I was so busy at the high school, I was getting pulled out of the classroom. I had to find somebody to cover for me because we had something going on that needed my attention, and so we ended up doing away with the actual program that I was teaching. But some of our stats, the chief poked his nose into my office the other day and asked if I could, for the last few years, and so we'll start up there with the high school. And the traffic stuff that you see is not necessarily just the high school related, but it's stops that I've made throughout the year. Move on to tobacco. Over the course since 2020, 2021 school year, we had 64 total, all the way through last week when I compiled the stats. Drugs, 51. Fights, 38. Disorderly could be anything. It could be an out-of-control student that the administration calls me and tells me they need assistance, and so I call into dispatch, and then a call is created, and there may not be any enforcement action. Runaways, a lot of times we'll have kids run away either from school or they'll run away from home and they'll return to school, and parents will come up and want to verify that they're in school, and so we end up taking the report there. Theft, we had 8, vandalism 7, MIPs 4, which is a minor under the influence of alcohol. Actually, that's 6 because we just had 2 the other day. Sex assaults are not assaults that actually occurred on the school campus, but they're reported to me usually at the school, and then I'll take the initial report. And then usually get with Sergeant Smits and kind of put a plan together. Abuse or neglect, same thing. A lot of that is occurring at the home. And it's reported to me at school, and then we'll follow up on it. And then miscellaneous, again, it can be a variety of different things. The one thing that the stats do not show is, like, say, with the drugs and the fights, those aren't necessarily the accurate citations that I issue. Because if we have 3 kids that get caught with drugs, all 3 of them are cited, it's only 1 ticket, or it's only 1 call that's associated with that, and they're all listed in that. So those numbers definitely are different than what they represent. At the middle school with Officer Larson, traffic stops 64. He does do or tries to get in the school zones quite a bit, and so most of those are, with the exception of one day last summer, most of those are school stops, I think. Tobacco, 52 at the middle school, 15 with drugs. That is on the increase. We're starting to see a lot more THC vapes at the middle school than what we have in the past. 9 fights, 1 disorderly, 8 runaways, 3 thefts, 1 vandalism, 1 MIP. Miscellaneous, his is up there, and then 1 weapon offense. The weapon offense, I don't, at the high school, if a kid gets caught with a knife, a pocket knife or something like that, I don't create a ticket because it's not a violation of law. And so I think Tyler's was probably an exception, but obviously if there's a weapon that's used on another student, then we would create that call ticket. Bus garage, it seems, and we probably haven't created tickets for them, but it's been kind of a unique place for us to respond or be called to, just because we've had several fights down there over the course of this last year. Most of them have been broken up either by transportation supervisors or people that are down there, but we have ended up responding to the bus garage a little bit more, and they've actually asked for us to be there if possible. At the time that they're transferring buses. Frontier, relatively quiet. They have a pretty good setting. A lot of the kids there started out in the mainstream at the high school and then have transferred over to Frontier. And a lot of them have been very, very successful with that program. So I think it's been a good thing. Elementary schools, Rendezvous being our 4-5 building. Obviously, kids are growing up. They're starting to experiment. Things are happening a little bit more, but Officer Christopherson's dealt with a few fights, a lot of miscellaneous calls. One thing that Officer Christopherson has done too is his stats don't necessarily represent across the 5 elementary schools, because he'll have something reported to him at school and then he goes out and investigates it. The actual reporting address of where it occurred is what's used. And so his stats are a little bit different, but gives you kind of an overview of where we're at with things. It's been a great program. There's some question as to what the third position is going to do, if the school's still going to be able to fund it. And so we're keeping our fingers crossed, but as of right now, we're golden. So
Could you tell me, it feels like when we were discussing about vaping and some of that, I got the impression that we had that more. Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. Who just reversed that? Did you?
Liz did.
Nice job.
On it.
She is on it. I feel like, okay, middle school, we've got a lot. High school, we've got a lot. It seemed to me there was more discussion about tobacco even starting in elementary schools, but
we've had
that doesn't seem like it's reflected in the stats, or did that just get thrown into miscellaneous?
It was probably a year or so before I went back that far. I had one at Willow Creek. In fact, I learned quite a bit about vapes from, I think he's a 3rd grader. But he had it in his sleeve and vape in class, and then blew it out, and another student saw him. We have had kids bring them, and I'm glad you brought that up. One of the things that all 3 of us do is honesty is a big thing for us. And that's one of the big things that I want to instill in the kids up there, is that if they're willing to accept responsibility for their actions and tell the truth, we will try and work with them as best we can. Doesn't mean that they're going to get completely scot-free from consequences, but if they tell the truth, and especially with tobacco, if it's their first offense, if we have a sensor go off, they come into my office, they're asked by the principal, do you have something on you? The vape sensors went off. If they produce it right away, they don't get a citation from me on their first offense.
So these would reflect citations then?
Yes, these are all, yep.
Some restorative justice going on behind the scenes.
And same thing with a lot of the thefts too. I still do a report, but if they return whatever was stolen, if there's any chance that I can work with them and let them know that because they were honest, they're not going to get, a citation and go into the program because of their honesty. I just want them to understand that law enforcement, we want to know the truth. We don't want to be lied to. And if you tell us the truth, we'll try and do something for you to help you out. And so, the stats are skewed a little bit just because of there are different circumstances for different things.
Well, in writing a citation, if this is reflecting citations, writing a citation out to a 5th grader is a little bit odd.
Yeah.
Something like that might come more as an abuse and neglect kind of thing.
And that's usually where it evolves into something more than just, the kid having a vape at school.
Gotcha. Thanks. Sorry.
Nope, you're good.
I had to ask you something.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
Your Honor, I just would like to say, as a staff member at the high school and a parent, I appreciate your presence at the schools. And then just you bringing up the fact that students bring outside things to you at the school. I guess I hadn't considered that, but, if there's a problem at home, asking mom to bring you down to the police station might not be an option, but having you available for them to talk to, I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
There's a lot of things that we can kind of weed through too. It's just, it's one of those things where they're not comfortable talking in front of mom and dad. And so when they have a chance to be able to talk one-on-one, and a lot of it, we end up utilizing the counselors at the school too. So, it's been a really good program. I think it's very successful. So, thank you. And Sergeant Foos.
That's what the presentation says. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
Good evening. I will speak with you regarding TASER certifications, chemical agents, and custody control. So once the employees are hired they go through an in-house training. And these are the things that we cover. All employees who wish to carry a taser must complete an 8-hour in-house training put on by an instructor and pass 2 multiple choice tests. Employees must effectively demonstrate they can operate the taser by firing 2 live cartridges and performing a drive stun. Employees who complete all the above are then put through an exposure with the taser. Moving on to chemical agents, all employees must complete an 8-hour in-house training to carry oleoresin capsicum, OC. During the training, employees will take a written test and demonstrate they can effectively use OC. Employees are then exposed by having an approximate 2-second burst to their eye area. After exposure, employees must complete elbow strikes, knee strikes, identify a threat, and effectively make an arrest. Going on to custody and control, all employees will complete 16-hour in-house training for custody and control. During this, employees will learn how to search and effectively arrest a subject. Employees demonstrate control points, takedowns, and ground skills. Employees will be placed in a live environment with an instructor and test their knowledge.
Is that all you've got?
That is all I have.
So if you're the one who's doing the training with OC,
Yes.
they have to do a knee strike. Are they doing it to you?
So they are doing it on volunteers. So they are actually members of the police department who have bags, so they do have protection from elbow strikes and knee strikes. So
That doesn't seem very realistic. It seems like you shouldn't have the elbow.
I agree. I think that it should be more of a live environment.
I kid, Sergeant.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Are you
Yeah,
volunteering?
I think he's volunteering. That's
Wow.
I think it would be
Like to see the video?
yes, it'd be great for you to at least observe.
I considered this at one point. I really did consider getting tased, but
Oh, taste, yes, I'm your guy. Yeah. Yeah, I can teach you and we can go.
Can we do it now?
have you ever seen videos of it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're great. They're great.
Of all the traffic stops that are occurring, say, over a year, what percentage of activity results in one of those skill levels that you've been trained in?
So that will fall under kind of a use of force. So I would say not a whole lot of our traffic stops will result in that. Most of our individuals that we contact are compliant. If they become uncompliant, we generally like to start with verbal commands, then move to control points if we can. We try not to taser anybody in a vehicle. Then OC as well. We try not to do that at all. We don't want that to result in an accident if they try to flee the scene or something to that effect.
So verbal commands,
Yes, verbal commands first.
pressure points, or
Yep, just control points.
control
So,
points. I'm
yep.
sorry, I used the wrong. Some of them are
Yep.
pressure points, some aren't.
yes,
Okay, verbal commands, control points,
yes.
and then after that you go for, depends on the person, you might go for a taser or for OC.
Yes. And I mean, each circumstance is different. Whether we use OC or baton or our tasers, the officers are pretty good about identifying what weapon should be used. They should at least carry one less lethal option on their person at all times.
Have you ever accidentally been OC'd?
Yes, Sergeant Sullivan is
Did he?
is really good about spraying other officers. So I get the annual retrain through him. So when I'm his partner, so yeah.
So, I mean, it's not just this whole idea of being OC'd and then being able to do an elbow strike and a knee strike. That's not just for fun. That's because you might need to use it and have had to.
Yes, absolutely. It's just to be able to prove to yourself or the officer that you can fight through that. And that's something that you should be able to demonstrate if you're going to carry it. So,
Thanks, Sarge.
absolutely.
Appreciate you.
Next will be our one and only Sergeant Nation.
Good evening. I'm Sergeant Nation. I am currently in charge of the department's firearms portion. We currently have 3 firearms instructors. They're all post-certified through the Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy. Our firearms range, you guys probably know where it is. It's down by Academy Court right next to the sewer ponds. It's fun in the summertime. It consists of a 100-yard range north to south, and then we have a 25 range that runs west to east. We have a range of steel targets, paper targets. For our qualifications, we shoot on a paper target. It's the YLES qualification target. It's actually a lawyer out of Cheyenne. His name's Manny. For the pistol qualification, the course consists of, it's 25 rounds shoot. It starts from the 15-yard range from cover and then moves into the 5-yard range. To successfully qualify for the pistol, the patrol pistol, you have to have an 80 cent or better. For the patrol rifle, you're going to start at the 5-yard line, and it goes all the way back to the 100-yard line. And the same with that, 25 rounds, 80% or better. We're currently, patrol officers are carrying the Glock 17s and the Glock 22 duty pistols, and they are authorized to carry personal pistols per policy that are within department policy. For patrol rifles, we currently issue the Troy SBRs, short barrel rifles, and a 5.56 or .223 caliber. Officers are also authorized to carry their personal patrol rifles if they wish, if it's within policy. Moving on away from the range and firearms, so I don't know if you guys know, but CWC has a new interactive shooting simulator with 3 screens. We've been trained to use that, so we're going to try implementing that in some of our training. I think it's going to be a great asset to the police department. It covers anything from use of force scenarios all the way down to de-escalation scenarios. So, all right, moving from firearms into patrol and kind of what patrol covers. Patrol officers will respond from anything to VIN checks all the way up to the homicides. When it gets into the homicides and more felony crimes, that's when they'll be transferred over to detectives. That being said, Detective Sergeant Smits. Thank you.
Any questions for Sergeant Foos, Sergeant Nation before he runs away?
Oh, thanks.
I can't believe he got off scot-free.
Yeah, I thought something. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Thank you guys for your time. My name is Eric Smith, Sergeant over the Detective Division. We currently have, I guess as you guys are aware, we just recently lost 2 of our detectives, but I'm pleased that we did just promote from our patrol officer to Detective Netha Kamara to our detective. So currently we are only 1 down as far as detectives. So also within our detective division, we have a detective that is assigned as a task force officer with the Division of Criminal Investigations. Then we have an investigative technician, and then we have the victim advocate's office where we have a victim witness coordinator and another advocate.
Are they going to speak to us tonight too?
They will, yep. So some of my stuff will be a little bit limited onto what they do, so I don't want to take over her. So some of those responsibilities for detectives. So currently, detectives are on call 24/7. We usually go on about a week on rotation, where one detective will be on call for that entire week and then switch. So like Sergeant Nation said, any type of felony level case, really any misdemeanor, we could get called on. If any of the officers need help, they need assistance, anything with writing search warrants, so we can get called in for that. We also assist Patrol Division with investigations and provide backup. We conduct follow-up investigations on felony level crimes cases. Not all of the felony level cases or incidents will make it to detectives. Some of them will get handled at the patrol level, just with our assistance, or even some without our assistance. All the background investigations, so any personnel, except for a couple within the Riverton Police Department, we are in charge of conducting a background investigation for them. And then testifying court proceedings, so any type of court proceedings that we may have on our cases, as well as any, we'll cover for patrol as well. So sometimes if they're on vacation, they can't make their subpoena, can't make it for the court case, we will cover that and testify in court for them. The investigative technician, she will assist with crime scene processing, evidence collection. She will also get called out as well, if need be, take photographs, help with crime scene processing. She also manages the intake and release of evidence property. So pretty much every piece of evidence that comes into our department, whether from patrol, detectives, she's going to have her hands on. She's going to putting it back into our evidence vault. She has to transfer that in with our system. We have a file on queue system that tracks all of that. Any like found property that's for safekeeping, if it's going to be released back to the owner, she is then responsible for that. As far as evidence, she works closely with like Fremont County Prosecuting Attorney's Office for digital evidence, as well as transferring evidence, say to like the state crime lab for processing. So she communicates with them, transfers that property, and gets that sent down to them. Then she is a main manager of the evidence room that we have here. From there, we have our victim advocates, and so they provide assistance to the police department, both patrol and detective divisions, basically while providing assistance to survivors of crime. And so again, our victim witness coordinator, Cindy Harris, she'll be talking, so I don't want to get too much into that. So just a few statistics, and when kind of seeing these, keep in mind again, not all felony level cases that come into the police department are handled by detectives. So this is not representative of all crimes or all sex offenses that came in, all assaults that came in. And these again are cases that were assigned to a detective. There could be, again, more cases where the detective helped out with processing a crime scene, helping out with interviews that didn't get taken over, and we didn't assign that out. So this isn't all inclusive, I guess, of everything. So with that, we assigned out over 79 incidents. And so with that, when I created this, obviously we've had more cases come in, some of those just for inaccuracies of maybe something didn't get tracked within our system. So of those, approximately 16 are still active. As you can see, we had about 29 sex offense cases, and that's going to include any type of sex offense or sexual battery, first degree, second degree, sexual assault of minor, anything that's included with sex offense. Assault is going to be any type of felony level assault, whether it's with a weapon, aggravated injury, anything to that degree. So we had 15 assaults, 11 background investigations we completed, 7 theft or fraud related incidents, 3 suicides, and 2 homicide type related cases that we investigated this year. So on top of that, some of the, as far as kind of assisting patrol, I'd mentioned some of the detectives also filled in and covered patrol shifts. And even while, if we're not covering a patrol shift, we'll still cover calls if they get backed up since we've been short-staffed. So we've also completed about 78 calls for service this year. Anybody have any questions?
Would you say most of the higher level assaults then are coming to you rather than having them just be worked by the patrol division?
I would probably say maybe about 50-50. Maybe they're keeping more. A lot of them, the aggravated assaults, if suspects are on scene, it's kind of completely getting handled by the patrol officers and sergeants at the patrol level.
And then these thefts, for example, that would be probably ones that are over 1,000 then, so it might be, I imagine, are you you aren't investigating for the most part like a Walmart theft of over $1,000 of products. This tends to be more of white collar stuff, or what would you?
It could be included with that, as far as some from Walmart is over 1,000.
Okay.
So officers kind of have, there's nothing really set in place as far as when we have to take a case over. So if the officer has everything he needs and he can finish the investigation, that'll stay there. If they need assistance or they ask for assistance, we can help out and we can take that over.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
And with that, we'll have the Victim Witness Coordinator, Cindy Harris.
Oh, good. I had my hardest questions for you, Cindy.
Great. I got Luann. Good evening. First of all, I want to say thank you for approving the funds for Eagles Hope. They're a valuable asset to our program and to our community, so I appreciate that. I'm Cindy Harris. I'm the Victim Witness Coordinator, and we're a department of 2. Luann is our victim specialist. So we are partially grant funded and then partially city funded. So we have we have the Violence Against Women Act, that's a federal funding, the VOCA, that's a Victim Crime Act, it's also federal funding. State funding would be state surcharge, and then the victim witness. We have those 4 funding streams, and that's just about half of our salary is what's funded through that. Our mission statement, the mission of the Riverton Police Department Victim Assistance Program is to ensure victims of all crime receive fair and compassionate treatment throughout the criminal justice process by providing direct services which addresses the emotional, physical, and financial needs of victims of all crimes that are reported to the Riverton Police Department. Also promoting community collaboration to ensure victims receive the best services, and engaging the community by promoting victims' rights and raising awareness and related issues. What does a victim advocate do? I get that question a lot. So just a basic rundown is we give them a safe place to be able to talk and to be able to express what they're going through. Confidentiality is big. We provide that. We actually have them sign a confidentiality form when they first come in with us, just letting them know that whatever is discussed in that room does not go any further. We give them information and education on whatever it is that maybe they are going through. Crisis intervention and safety planning. We do a lot of referrals to other agencies, Eagles Hope being one of them. The Fremont County Alliance we work with also. They help us with protection orders and different things. We have several different outlets throughout the community that we use. Advocacy is a big one, just being there for the victims and being able to provide whatever they're needing at the time. Victim impact statements, they fill those out in order to be provided to the judges so that the judges are aware of maybe how it's affected their life, how things have changed for them, how since the incident, what's changed or that type of thing. Victims' rights enforcement, we provide them with their victims' rights so that they're aware of what their rights are and what they can do and can't do. Court process, we usually try and get with them, and we usually go start to finish with them in municipal court. If it's a circuit court charge, we will start with them and build a rapport with them and then do a soft handoff to the victim's advocate there at the county attorney's office. But that being said, a lot of times they're just as busy as we are, so we really work hand in hand in helping each other and following through with the cases. Follow-up care management, we stay in touch with them. We call them, see how they're doing, just follow up. We get 24/7 call-outs. Luann and I rotate every other week. So if we get a call after hours, we go to the hospital or go wherever we need to go to assist the victims. Financial recovery, restitution if they're involved in a say, a car accident or whatever, and their party doesn't have insurance, then we help them do the restitution through the courts to get that. Crime victim compensation, and then claim assistance. A lot of times, if they want to bring their claims into us, we will actually forward them to the division for processing, just to make it a little easier on the victim in the stressful situations that they're in. We help with restraining orders. Wyoming currently only has 3 types of restraining orders. One is for family violence, stalking, and sexual assault. A lot of people don't understand that. They come in, I want a restraining order, and there's just different parameters that it has to qualify for. So we're able to assist them with that. Just a few statistics. In 2023, criminal victimization by title, just to hit the highlights here to save time. Adult physical assaults, we had 132 of those. Domestic violence and family violence was 108. Stalking and harassment was 45. There's some lower numbers in there, but that's kind of what we did for 2023.
And that reflects municipal as well as circuit and could even be district. I mean, you're handling all 3 courts with these.
Yeah, anything that went through Riverton Police Department, whether it was cited through whatever, yeah. These are types of services that we provide. Information and referral, it was 1,619. Let's see, so personal advocacy was 832. Emotional support and safety services was 359. And then the criminal civil assistance was 503. And other services was 427. So those are just kind of a breakdown of the services that we provide. Ages of victims that we serve, we had 17 that were 0 to 12 years of age, 19 that were 13 to 17 years old, 62 that were 18 to 24 years old, and 274 that fall in a quite large range of 25 to 59, and then 42 that were 60 or older. You guys have any questions for me? What's the hard question?
You did great. Thanks.
All right, and I'll turn it over to the chief.
Thank you, Cindy. So I'm going to just wrap up the annual report. Real quick on this past year in 2023 has become a challenge for the police department. We've had some growing. We lost a few, and a couple of the additions we've had is we have a new admin assistant, Elizabeth, who's helped us compile everyone's presentations and kept us hopefully at 30 minutes or less for this presentation. So we've had 2 officers complete the academy in 2023, and yesterday the 2 trainees left for the academy. So they completed most of their field training program in 2023, and now they're in Douglas. We moved away from the 12-hour shifts at the end of 2023, so everyone's back on 10 hours. We expanded our National Night Out program. We had it at the fairgrounds, and it was, I think it was a pretty good, huge success. And the staff, as I mentioned earlier, is actively seeking grants. So this last year, we were awarded over $349,000 in grants for the police department. The department is compiled of $3.6 million for our annual budget. As you can see in blue, that represents just salaries, benefits, and retirement. So very little goes towards anything else, but maintenance of vehicles, utilities, and contract services makes up that other 9%. So you see the majority of the police department budget goes towards salaries and benefits. This last year, I had the opportunity to go out, still trying to reach out to new offices that serve our county, but we're networking out, getting to know our other allied agencies that serve within the county. And here's kind of a brief list of those grants that were awarded in 2023. It was mentioned earlier, a lot of the officers went up and applied for several of these grants. And it just kind of shows that it's a really team effort to try to get some of these things that we've been needing. On a 3-year trend, I just wanted to say that there's some crimes that are up, some are down. We're still compiling some of the data, but as we'll see in the next slide, there are lots of crimes that we consider preventable that are going down. There's what a lot of administration considers preventable crimes. And we think of that as if there's a police car driving down the street, would that crime still have been committed? And those are the types of crimes that we can prevent. There's always going to be the family fights behind closed doors that no matter if there's a patrol car in the neighborhood, things are going to happen. People are going to do what they do inside the confines of their homes, computer crimes. But we want to make sure that we're addressing those patrol preventable crimes. And a lot of the stuff that we've done in 23, working with Lander and some of the other agencies, trying to get more officers here on some of the busy nights, making that difference for patrol preventable crimes. So for our goals for this next year, again, we're trying to qualify or hire qualified officers, increase our staffing, modernization of IT. Overall, we want to increase our police presence in our community. Continue our community engagement, get out of the patrol car, walk the beat, and do some of the old fundamental aspects of policing. We'll be completing our public notification system through Everbridge, and our staff is going through training as we speak, and that should be rolling out soon. So the Ashante notification system is out there. The Amber Alerts is out there, but this way we'll have an opportunity paid for by a grant to get some local notifications out there. Like I said, 2023 has been a challenge. I'm sure many of you and staff have felt that this has been kind of talking about flying, probably felt that this is a nosedive of 2023. And the good thing is we have a lot of great community support. And if it wasn't for the community support, team spirit, we wouldn't have been able to pull through. But I think if we relate this to planes, not the ones that have the plugs that fall out, but I think we've pulled up from that nosedive. We kind of leveled out, and with community support, with the injection of grants that we're going to be bringing on to the city and kind of booster our funding and our capability to provide a good quality police service, we'll be back at that good level. And we want to work on our image, do what we can. And our motto is improve our community, our city's image by providing effective and efficient police service to the members of the community while maintaining high standards of professionalism, honesty, and integrity. There was a news article about Riverton being one of the best small towns in Wyoming to retire. We want to help that along, get our good name back. And with all the help that we've had with the team members, it's not just one person. Staff in the back of the room, everyone that's working shift tonight and will be at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, those are the ones that are helping make the difference here. And we're looking forward to 2024. And I'm ready for any questions if you have any.
Who took that great picture?
I don't know. It was a good picture, though.
Your Honor, I think this is a great presentation. Like to see that happen every year. It's really informative and lets us spotlight everybody as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's, like it was mentioned, there's a lot that happens behind the scenes. It's more than just an officer responding to a call and 5 minutes they're done. There's paperwork behind the scenes. You know, the SROs, Charlie, you know, good representation of what the SROs do. It's more than just having lunch with the kids on a playground. There is a lot of work that goes behind that program and the success of that program, and all the officers and all the supervisors and the admin of the department. It's really a team spirit.
I really appreciate you having us have a chance to meet some of your staff, because I think I get to talk with them pretty regularly, and I think you have some top-notch people that work for you, and they're being able to have the council get to see them and get to know them a little bit, I think is good. And during the break, I was back there teasing Sergeant Sullivan, and I kind of feel bad because he left now, and or is he still back there? No, he left. I don't feel that bad because it's silly, but you have some good people that work for you, and I really appreciate them, and I appreciate you being able to spotlight your staff members, and appreciate you guys sticking around for a pretty long haul of a meeting. And really, like Councilman Paranto said, this is something that I really appreciate you having the idea to do and getting it together. And
it gives us a better idea of what's going on.
Sure. Well, and what you're all up to. So, yes, sir.
I guess I'd like to say the same thing, and I think the general public is really, really behind the police department. And I know you guys probably don't get to deal with most of them all the time. You get to deal with people that probably don't like the police department as well. And you need to remember that, in my opinion, 95% of the people out there are 110% behind you guys. And, you know, whatever you need, make sure you present that to us, because we want to make sure you have what you need to do your job. And we appreciate you doing it, and we appreciate you being out there. And I really like seeing the police presence out in the community, because I think it really does help a lot, even if her brother pulls me over for speeding. But
Usually he won't. Now, last summer, he might have.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next time we should put them first.
Yeah.
We talked about that. I think that you've got, yes, you guys want to be first next time? Please.
Beauty sleep.
You need it, Charlie.
Mayor will make it happen.
You're making Mia go last, though.
How much battery is left on this thing here?
It's only 10:40. Surely we haven't used that much of it.
Well, my computer is nearly dead, so I'm glad that we've got this one here. All right, I know that I'm one of the last things standing between you and going home tonight. I want to present one of the pictures that appeared at our Facebook photo contest. I'm sorry I don't have the person's name to give the photo cred to, but we got a lot of really great pictures. So this is one of them that came across, and if you've never been to the Blue and Glow, it's amazing. So I'm going to be brief. I know it's been a long night. I'm here to just present on the City of Riverton fiscal health report for the period ending December 30th, 2023. The governing body approved a final budget of $39 million, and that includes all of our funds, general fund, and all of the enterprise funds and any fiduciary funds that we also keep track of. The general fund budget is $10.6 million. At the close of the quarter, the general fund reflected a positive balance of $514,392. Sales and use tax revenues were about $181,000 over our projections at the close of the month in December. So we're still trending high, even though we projected that we would be receiving a little bit of higher revenue this year than we have over previous years. We tend to have underprojected our sales and use tax. So we were going to be brave this year and project really what we thought we were going to get, and we are still about $181,000 above those. Another item that you'll notice on the revenue front is that we're trending at about 249% above miscellaneous revenue. And this is primarily due to the city's participation in the opioid settlement. We have received additional funding on that this year. Now, those funds are restricted. We are going to need to spend them specifically on items that are used to reduce opioid drug use or to help promote or market those types of things. But that money is sitting in our miscellaneous revenue line item right now in the budget. Lastly, you'll notice on the expenditure side of the budget, with the exception of community contracts for services, all of our operating cost centers are at 50% or below. So we're halfway through the year. We're hitting our targeted projections. Given that this is a mid-year report, supervisors should be commended for working below what their established budgets are. Lastly, you'll notice the capital budget outlay is only at 16% of the $3.3 million budget. These funds will be spent as we start kicking off some of our spring construction projects. So we're up $392, pardon me. Moving on to the airport fund, the total budget for the airport fund is $9.9 million. With $9.1 million in capital projects. The airport fund closed the quarter with a deficit balance of $3.3 million in expenditures over revenues. Not to panic over that. The deficit is due largely to costs associated with the taxiway rehab project that's currently underway. Overall, $6.3 million has been spent towards this project in a 3-year period. The city received $2.3 million in grant reimbursements last period, and there are outstanding reimbursements of $3.6 million at the close of the quarter. So even though we're upside down 3.3, we've got $3.6 million coming back in to offset that deficit balance. It's important to know with this project that it is funded at 93.75% in reimbursements and federal funding, 3.75% reimbursement in state funding, leaving a remainder of 2.5% of the total project costs being the responsibility of the city. The approved airport budget did include a transfer of cash of $512,000 to support operations. Right now, we're doing okay. We'll continue to watch this progress as we get through the year. The next fund that we'll review is the water fund. The annual budget for the water fund is $4.5 million. All operational cost centers in the water fund closed at 47% or below for the close of the quarter. There's only 4 items that are slated for capital this year, and we all know it's the big water meter infrastructure project that's taking place. We're getting really close to kicking off that project. I believe we're waiting for MXUs to come in. We've got the contractors hired. We're ready to roll. Just need one more piece of it, and we're ready to kick that off. The city was awarded $2.98 million in ARPA grant funding to help offset the costs of this project. And then other projects are the East Adams bulk fill station improvements, which are currently underway as well, fire hydrant and valve repairs, and then a vehicle replacement, which I believe we have already received. So that particular fund closed with a positive of revenues over expenditures of $76,000 for the quarter. The wastewater fund is a $4.6 million budget. All operational cost centers in this fund also closed the period at 46% or below, so we're trending well in that. The budget was approved for a cash transfer of $672,000 for capital projects, including the aforementioned meter infrastructure replacement project. The wastewater fund is planning continued improvements for the treatment plant, as you all know and have approved, the A&T lift station upgrades and a vehicle replacement, which we've already received as well. Moving on to the sanitation fund, this fund closed with a positive improvement of $95,239 in revenues over expenditures. Last quarter, we were at a deficit of $205,000, so we've made some ground in the sanitation fund this quarter. It was partially due in part to the fact that we received a sanitation truck. They run to the tune of $250,000. We paid for that in the first quarter of the year, so we're just catching up to what our purchases were in the first quarter. Major planned purchases include landfill remediation. We do have a hook truck that we are still have on order and are expecting this fiscal year as well. Replacements of 3-yard containers, we have spent the money for those, so they're already out of the budget. And a new sanitation truck, which I just mentioned that we've already received. The council did approve a budget with a cash transfer of $944,000 for this fund this year. So again, we're doing okay on our trends for the sanitation fund. And then the last fund that I have is the Airline Minimum Revenue Guarantee. Obviously, this is funded by 0.5% funds. At the close of the quarter, the budget reflects a positive balance of $98,773, and the council did approve a cash transfer of $600,000 for this fund to make everything balance at the end of the year. And with that, this is another picture that was submitted for our photo contest, and I would stand for any questions that anybody would have.
It's a lot of white stuff.
It is. And melting quickly.
Photoshopped.
Yeah, it does. Any questions?
Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you, Mia.
I have one for
Yes, Mr.
Mia.
Daly.
When you say that we've, allocated $900,000 out of cash reserves, is that not reflected in these numbers?
It is not reflected.
Okay, so we haven't yet, but in the budget, we planned on doing it. So that means we're ahead of the curve.
That is correct. Yep.
All right, I thought so.
If we keep to how we're trending now.
Yes. We won't have to do that. No, okay.
Correct.
Thank you for keeping us in a good trend.
It's all of the staff. Everybody participates in this program. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are at that time. Oh, yes.
Oh, y'all are clapping because you're ready to go home.
You're a rock star.
We have an executive session that we need to convene into for the purpose of litigation. I have it on good authority. This will not be very long.
At the $6,000 authority.
So I would entertain a motion to convene into executive session for the purpose of litigation pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164405A3.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Larson with the motion, second with Councilman Peranto. Discussion or amendments? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Oh, I vote aye. Stand convened into executive session at 10:51. Chair invites Mr. Butterfield to executive session. Just Mr. Butterfield, or do we need?
Need Mia.
Kyle's kicking me out.
Kyle's kicking you out. Just Mr. Butterfield.
Okay.
Want to say what? Thank you. Good job tonight.
Wonder what for?
Chair would entertain a motion to reconvene into regular session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Larson, second by Councilwoman Cox. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry.
Aye.
Delayed read.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. We are reconvened now at 11:18 PM. Chair would entertain a motion.
Your Honor, I move to accept the settlement terms related to civil action 2023-CV-43606.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion or amendments?
Can't move a motion.
Oh, sorry.
No, you seconded it.
Give one of them a second. We're moving on.
It's late.
Oh, man.
I made the motion, then Kyle.
Then
Made the motion.
Dean had the motion.
Kyle got second.
Okay. Thank
We'll
you.
give Kyle the second. Any discussion?
Tired.
It's late.
No, you were fine in a second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes.
Motion to adjourn, Your Honor.
We have a motion to
Second.
adjourn. Second by Councilman Bailey. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. I vote aye. Motion passes. Adjourned at 11:19 PM.
Goodness gracious.
Thank you,
We
everyone.
get triple time after call.